Chapter 5:12. When Su Lu woke up, it was already early in the morning, but there wasn't much light around the camp. He shifted his body and realized that his left hand had unknowingly reached into Shangqiu's sweater, greedily holding onto that ridiculously beautiful thing. He didn't know if it was because it was too hot in the sleeping bag or for some other reason, but his body was drenched in sweat and his underwear stuck together, making him feel a little uncomfortable. He slowly pulled his hand out and quietly looked at the sleeping Shangqiu beside him. She wasn't wearing glasses, and her eyes were tightly shut. He was surprised to find another side of her that was different from her usual calm, intelligent, careless, and boyish self. The girl's cheeks were slightly puffed up in her sleep, as if she had two steamed buns in her mouth. She smacked her lips from time to time, looking very cute. Reluctantly, he climbed out of the sleeping bag, adjusted his winter clothes, and walked out of the camp. He kicked away the snow and crouched under the Mecca, squinting his eyes at the first ray of light that was beginning to reflect from the other end of the glacier. He began to rinse his mouth. He sprayed a fast-acting comprehensive detergent into his mouth, and an intense numbness and itchiness came from his gums. This very unpleasant experience made him close his eyes tightly, his brows furrowed together. This was like the expression of a philosopher when he was thinking hard about a problem, or the expression of a pure little boy desperately recalling his youth. Su Lu closed his eyes to comfort himself. "You look like you're constipated." Shangqiu, who had just put on her clothes, walked over with her shoulders shrunk, puffing out steam, and crouched beside him. Su Lu didn't answer her. Only when the numbness in his mouth gradually faded did he open his eyes. He dug up a lump of snow from the surface of the Mecca beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing hard for a while, he spat it out. Perhaps it really was because the two of them were too cramped in the sleeping bag, but the two of them were the first to wake up. Shangqiu took the detergent he handed over and began the same rinsing procedure. The girl's straight eyebrows curved into three crescents from the stimulation, like a female middle school student drinking white wine for the first time. She couldn't help but open her mouth, sucking in the incomparably cold air. "Be careful not to freeze your lungs," reminded Su Lu. "Wouldn't matter." Shangqiu opened her mouth as if she was being examined by a doctor. She looked at the glacier peak in the distance and said vaguely, "Look, Bien is so beautiful." Women like to be beautiful, so her pronunciation of the word beautiful was still so accurate at this time. Su Lu smiled and stood up. He followed Shangqiu's gaze and saw a rare beauty. The tallest glacier in the west was radiating a magnificent white gold light under the morning sun. Behind it was a mirror-like blue sky. It was clear and beautiful, like a dream, like the heaven of the afterlife in imagination. In front of such a beautiful scene, the smile on Su Li's lips quickly disappeared, and he angrily cursed in his heart. It seemed that the snowstorm had stopped last night, and the thick clouds had moved away from the blue sky in the west. Even if the geomagnetic storm was still going on, the possibility of contacting the charter network was much higher. What were Gu Shifeng and her subordinates in charge of surveillance doing? "Good morning," Su Lu said quickly. Shangqiu, who was squatting on the ground with a frown, did not know that he was talking to the air or something else. After a moment of shock, she replied inexplicably, "Oh." A line of white characters quickly appeared in Su Li's left eye. "Thank you for your call." "Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. It seems that you had a good time last night. A man and a woman woke up at the same time in the morning and took care of their personal hygiene together. This should be what couples do after sex. Although this is a battlefield with special conditions, I still want to congratulate you." It was rare that Su Lu did not stop the Federal Central Computer's boring speculation and seemingly calm mechanical, but actually absurd and long-winded analysis statement. A hint of a happy smile appeared on his face. He immediately undid the cuff on his sleeve and pulled up the electronic military map from his wristwatch. He immediately began the long-distance positioning. 3 seconds later, with the help of the Federal Central Computer, he determined the location of his troops. He was somewhat relieved to find that they did not get lost and enter the most dangerous area. If they had moved 30 kilometers to the west during the snowstorm yesterday, right now, they would most likely have been surrounded by the Imperial Expeditionary Force. He turned his head and shouted a few words to the people in the camp, and he sent the electronic map into Gu Shifeng's hands. Then, he quickly walked to the side of the hole he had discovered yesterday. He kicked away the floating snow on the surface, grabbed the zipline, and prepared to jump down. "What are you doing?" Shang Qiu used her sleeve to wipe the snow from the corner of her mouth and asked in surprise, "I am communicating with the Almighty Creator." Su Lu smiled and then jumped down the zipline into the hole. Shang Qiu looked at this scene in a daze. She thought to herself, "You are a genius engineer, not a superstitious Bermudian. How could you believe that there is a creator in the universe? Also, in all religions, the creator should be in the sky. Why did you jump into the ground?" The number of Federation civilians who died in the massacre of the Empire and were buried in ice in the underground space was about 9,000 to 11,000 people. This was the answer given by the Federal Central Computer after Su Li's eyes quickly scanned it. Because all the corpses were frozen in one place, even with the Federal Central Computer's graphic calculation ability, it was unable to give a more accurate number. Su Li's chest felt heavy from this heavy number. He silently climbed back to the surface and walked into the camp. Looking at his team members who were busy, he patted his chest, trying to suppress his emotions. Only then did he realize that his hand had patted something hard. Only then did he remember that the diary written by the Empire officer, Arthur, had been in his pocket all this time. The snowstorm had stopped, but the cold had returned at some unknown time. The geomagnetic storm had temporarily weakened, but no one knew when it would become violent again. Therefore, the people in the camp carried out their work with incomparable speed. They had already contacted the headquarters of the new 17th Division and had a clearer understanding of the surrounding environment and the situation of both sides. The area controlled by the Empire is in this direction. Bai Yulan pointed to the northeast on the screen and said, "The base is here. The Iron 7th Division has a regiment here. Yesterday, we were very lucky and walked out of the Empire's conventional ambush area. Gu Shifeng has already taken care of the relevant coordinates and the realistic route map. There is no danger for us to return to the base now. It will be a safe journey." Sula nodded. Thinking about the recent snowstorm, he felt very satisfied. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "What about the rest of the troops?" Before the geomagnetic storm, most of the troops retreated. However, there may be troops trapped in the east. That area is still in a high-intensity snowstorm area. The clouds are too thick, and the geomagnetic storm density shows no signs of weakening. The charter network is unable to detect it, Bai Yulan replied. However, the Federal Forces' supplies and protection from the cold should be no problem. No matter how crazy and desperate the Empire is, they will not start a battle in this damned weather. Therefore, their safety should be guaranteed. However, at this moment, an emergency call for help in the Federation language sounded from the full-band monitoring device in the camp. Hoarse gasps for breath accompanied by clear and concentrated gunshots. Including Su Lu, everyone's body trembled slightly. They quickly walked over and heard the emergency call for support from a certain troop clearly sound from the monitoring device. This signal was somewhat weak and intermittent, but it was enough to prove that something had happened somewhere. "Air support. We lost our position. The Empire's people have gone crazy. They are a brigade. Command system damaged. Needs to be repaired." There was a second of silence in the camp. Gu Shifeng lowered her head and quickly checked the electronic records. She reported, "It's a filtered B-section channel. A Federal Forces unit was being crazily attacked by an entire Imperial brigade. Everyone's expression was rather solemn. No one would have thought that, at this point in the war, the Imperial Expeditionary Army, which was barely surviving, would actually have the courage to gather a large group of soldiers and launch a crazy counterattack despite the terrible weather. In the current state of the war, with the battlefield command system damaged, it could basically be said that this unit was infinitely close to defeat. It could be imagined how tense the situation over there was. However, Su Lu thought of something else. Even in the dual situation of a geomagnetic storm and a snowstorm, the Federal Forces would very likely use this hard-to-hide filtered communication mode. Unless the command system of this unit was damaged and all long-distance communication methods were cut off. However, the Federal Forces were like the new 17th Division or the Iron 7th Division. On the wrist of every soldier, there was a chip that connected to the charter network. Except for one unit. Gu Shifeng also thought of this. She raised her head and said hesitantly, "It should be the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Forces." "No, it's the Federation Special Forces, 1st Division." Su Lu gave a simple order. "Contact the division headquarters and report the situation of the Eastern Unit being ambushed. Ask for quick backup. Air support won't be able to get in." Bai Yulan shook her head and said, "Repairing the command system is not easy. Even if they have their own repair engineers, where are they going to find the parts?" Su Lu stared at the electronic map in front of him. His gaze gradually moved to the shadowy area covered by thick clouds. He saw the eye-catching symbol at the edge of the area. After a moment of silence, he said, "Contact the Iron 7th Division immediately. Their position is the best, and they definitely have backup parts. Ask them to go and help." "Yes, boss. I am the technical director of the new 17th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. I am the commander of the 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, Lieutenant Colonel Dongfang Pei. Our division has received your request. We reject your request." A cold and disciplined voice clearly sounded in the camp. The commander of the Iron 7th Division, Dongfang Pei, didn't seem to think at all. He didn't seem to show any sympathy. He simply and directly rejected the request to go and help. Su Lu looked at the communication device in silence. He said, "There should be thousands of soldiers there. According to the calculations, it shouldn't be too difficult to go and help." "I still reject." "Why?" "First, I didn't receive any military orders. Second, you don't have the right to give military orders. Third, without any information support from the battlefield, blindly going to help out of impulse is not a decision that a qualified commander should make. Fourth, I won't use my people to take risks." Su Lu knew that this Commander Dongfang and Xiaoqing were loyal subordinates that were most appreciated by Du Xiaoqing. At this moment, he finally felt that this commander's style of command was indeed meticulous. However, he didn't know how to adapt and was blindly cold and mechanical. He didn't learn the true temperament of teacher Du Xiaoqing. So he said, "Then you can get lost." Chapter 5:13. Su Lu stared at the screen in silence. He knew very well that if the troops trapped in the snowstorm today were the government troops, even if it was the new 17th Division that had a deep grudge with the Iron 7th Division, Commander Dongfang would definitely not hesitate to go to the rescue instead of waiting for any orders. What the trapped troops needed the most was the backup firmware for the command system. The 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division was very close to the battle zone, so it would not be too difficult to rescue them. Compared to leaving them in the lurch, using a mechanical squad to rescue thousands of people was a very simple choice. However, The troops trapped in the snowstorm were part of the Special Forces 1st Division. This was a troop from the anti-government forces from Green Dragon Mountain, so Commander Dongfang did not hesitate to reject the request for help. If the federal military had its own supporters, then the Green Dragon Mountain troops that were transferred to the front lines because of the Federation's reconciliation agreement were undoubtedly the most hated enemy of the government troops. During the battle at Yellow Mountain Ridge in the south last year, Du Xiaoqing ordered Su Lu to kill people, so he turned around and killed them. He rarely thought about problems other than the situation itself, so he was in a very bad mood right now. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the calculation demonstration on the electronic map. He confirmed that the Imperial Expeditionary Force that trapped the Green Dragon Mountain troops in the northeast, even if it was an entire brigade, would definitely be exhausted. If Du Xiaoqing was here, he would definitely not hesitate to go to the rescue. No, he would take the opportunity to launch a fierce and risky attack to bury the Imperial Expeditionary Force Brigade in the glacier and geomagnetic lines. Su Lu thought. As if she could see what Su Lu was thinking, Bai Yulan said softly, "If at this time we ask for help from the Iron 7th Division through the division headquarters, or even give orders through the command center, Commander Du Xiaoqing will not send his own troops because he is protective of his own people. Dongfang Pei has already made a decision. Even if this decision is cold-blooded and mechanical, he will not change it." Yes, Su Lu nodded, thinking that with Du Xiaoqing's personality, he would definitely do such a thing. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. He should have let the command center directly negotiate with the Iron 7th Division. Perhaps the situation would have been much better. Su Lu reported the situation in the northeast direction to the division headquarters through the remote communication system that could be maintained for the time being. He then said a few words into the communication device in a low voice. After a moment of silence on the other end of the communication device, the gentle but unquestionable voice of the new 17th Division's commander, Yu Chenghai, came through. This major general, who was known for being a good person, clearly understood Su Li's temperament very well. Without waiting for the camp to make any suggestions, he directly ordered them to immediately retreat to the base and strictly forbade them from providing support. It was normal for the division headquarters to make such a decision. The geographical location of this small unit in the camp was not suitable for them to provide support to the trapped Green Dragon Mountain unit. They also lacked sufficient firepower. More importantly, this unit's mission was to test out the Federation's newest MXT mecha. If these 3 mecha were allowed to fall into the hands of the Empire, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? These 3 MXT mecha were very valuable, but in the eyes of the new 17th Division, what was even more valuable was the safety of Su Li's lieutenant colonel. Hearing Commander Yu's rare, strict military order, Su Li's expression froze slightly. He placed both hands on the table and stared at the dense geomagnetic lines represented by the dark clouds and red lines in the northeast direction on the screen. Bai Yulan, Lan Xiaolong, and the other officers relaxed. They were all brave soldiers, but they were still unwilling to take the risk of going to the dark clouds in the northeast. This was because in the depths of their hearts, they had never truly seen the people of Green Dragon Mountain as their comrades. Su Lu slowly straightened his body. At this moment, perhaps he was thinking of the thousands of corpses of Federation civilians not too far away. Perhaps he was thinking of the little girl's gray face. Perhaps he was thinking of the question he had asked himself last night about what he could do for this war. But in reality, he had not thought of anything. He had only instinctively made a decision. He turned around to look at Gu Shifeng. Her subordinates had received the message he wanted to convey. Gu Shifeng's expression froze slightly, and then a bitter self-mocking smile appeared on her face. The 5 stubby fingers of her right hand quickly swept over the buttons on the workbench. More than 10 electrical commands flowed into the system. The line on the screen that represented the strength of the signal to the division began to flicker incessantly before finally disappearing. Reporting, the geomagnetic field has changed. Communication has been cut off again, said Gu Shifeng with a shrug. Everyone, including Su Luo, couldn't help but laugh. Although these Federation soldiers were not very willing to take the risk for Green Dragon Mountain, since their boss had already made the decision, they adjusted their emotions in an extremely short amount of time and began to prepare for departure. The safest method of support, which also has the lowest possibility of losses, is to send out 2 mecha as transport vehicles. As Lan Xiaolong sorted out the data, he pointed at the huge white mecha outside and said, "But the problem is that these 3 MXDs are all test prototypes. One of them has already exploded, and no one knows if the same thing will happen again if we do a super strength leap." Before Su Lu could answer his question, Shang Qiu calmly said from the side, "Since they didn't explode, it means that these 2 mechas adjustments are perfect. The test was successful, and they can be used." With her position in the mecha research world, the calmer she was when she said this, the more confident she appeared, so the team members no longer had any objections. No matter how bad the equipment of the Special Forces is, they are still better than the beggars of the Empire. They should be able to hold out for long enough. Su Lu put on his pilot's uniform and lowered his head to pick up the black workbench. He said, "As long as we are fast enough, the Empire's people won't be able to threaten us at all. The biggest problem is the geomagnetic storm and the blizzard. Also, don't forget that the Empire's people still have mecha." Bai Yulan leaned against Xiong Linxuan's thick back and began to change her equipment. She reminded him seriously, "Since we are only going to provide support, boss, you must not act like a hero anymore. Otherwise, when you make the report, you will be criticized even more severely." Su Lu replied, "In the training base, Teacher Xiaoqing has already criticized me severely. You don't have to repeat it." The soldiers in the camp had all heard about the past from the members of Group 7 or the officers who had been trained. That was the arrogant past between Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu and Teacher Xiaoqing. Hearing him say this now, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just by filtering the broadband call for help from the previous test, they couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the trapped Green Dragon Mountain. They could only make a rough estimate. They had voluntarily cut off communication with the division headquarters, so naturally they couldn't expect to be able to obtain the military deployment before the geomagnetic storm. However, this wasn't a problem for Su Lu. He stood in the vast expanse of snow, put on his sunglasses, and was silent for 2 seconds. The old thing then transmitted the data into his brain. The humming of the motors rang out. The experienced soldiers, under Shang Qiu's instructions, quickly modified a white MXD mecha, emptying out most of the space to store the spare parts that the Green Dragon Mountain troops urgently needed. "We are only a testing team. Our levels are not equal. There is no way we can find enough parts." Gu Shifeng stood under the mecha and shouted up, "If we just go like this, there is no guarantee that we will be able to fix their heads. Don't be afraid. I am a very, very high-level mechanic." Su Lu climbed to the side of the cockpit and said to the ground with a smile. Then his expression froze because he saw Shang Qiu climbing up. "Don't look at me like that." Shang Qiu huffed and puffed as she stood on the heavy cockpit door of the mecha and said, "I am not one of those pretty vases in the movies who likes to join in on the fun and ruin things the most." She looked at Su Lu and said in a more serious tone, "I am a very, very high-level mechanic. The Q7 model battlefield command system was developed by the engineering department. Can you find a reason for me not to go?" Su Lu, who was holding the black workbench, was slightly taken aback. He didn't want others to discover his secret of operating a mecha, but last night he had already figured out all of this girl's secrets. At this point, he couldn't think of any reason to refuse. The soldiers at the foot of the mecha were once again stunned by Shang Qiu's words. They raised their heads to look at the young man and woman at the belly of the mecha, thinking to themselves that this was really the most impressive pair of youngsters in the Federation. Looks like the chances of me shining in the future will become fewer and fewer. Gu Shifeng looked at this scene and thought to herself sorrowfully. She turned and walked back into the camp, shaking her head as she walked, extremely emotional. Let's go. On the narrow platform of the snowy river, the two snow-white mecha were like giant blocks of ice that had suddenly loosened. They slowly left the ice cliff and headed northeast. Su Lu and Shang Qiu sat in the first mecha, which was fully loaded with firepower. Bai Yulan and Xiong Lingquan operated the fully loaded mecha behind them. The two snow-white mecha avoided the pitch-black line in front of them, gradually disappearing into the soft snowflakes and the weak but cold northern wind. In the dim cockpit, Shang Qiu's gaze was lowered slightly as she looked at the touchscreen in front of her. The strap had already popped out automatically, tying her securely to her seat. However, it didn't affect her operation. Her input speed wasn't fast, and the commands were also exceptionally simple. However, after just 11 seconds, the MXD mecha's self-check and posture adjustment work was completed. That's amazing, Su Lu said seriously as she watched her play. Shang Qiu didn't even raise her head as she said calmly, "Don't forget, MX wasn't developed by you alone. I've always thought that you were the main contributor to MX's development. I'm his mother. However, there's a saying that you're the father of MX." Shang Qiu suddenly raised her head and glanced at him with a smile. The MXD mecha couldn't use its movement mode in the slippery and steep glacial terrain. It could only rely on its thick and heavy alloy mechanical legs to continuously dodge and leap forward. No matter how good the shock absorption system was, it couldn't completely eliminate the vibration. Su Lu seemed to be stunned by the shock, swallowing back the words he was about to say. He placed the black workbench into the holding room behind the seat, and the automatic strap popped out immediately. A meaningful look flashed through Shang Qiu's eyes as she asked, "This is your pressurized case." Before Su Lu could answer, Bai Yulan's voice rang out from the system, requesting synchronization mode. Mode approved. He pressed the third button beside the control stick. The two snow-white mecha used the naked eye to maintain the distance between each other as they sped through the rugged glacial terrain, moving further and further away. Chapter 5:14. This was the season of autumn. The dense to the point of being somewhat crowded in the primeval forest was filled with the color of gold. Squirrels darted swiftly through the branches, breathing out hot air as they worked intimately with the pine trees, preparing for the last and most sumptuous dinner. Snow had already accumulated at the edge of the forest. Looking north from here, the majestic and magnificent snowy mountains and those pale blue glaciers could be clearly seen. The temporary camp of the new 17th Division headquarters was in the circular base at the edge of the forest. This base, which had been operated by the Empire for several decades, had been badly damaged by the Federal Army's counterattack, but many of the building blocks were still intact. In a room on the third floor of the base, more than 10 Federation officers stared at the communication station that had suddenly lost all sound. Their expressions were somewhat stiff, and then they collectively turned their heads to look at the division commander, who was staring blankly at the wide electronic map. They knew very well that no one could control that young deputy division commander, but this was the Federal Army after all. For Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu to actually cut off the division's communication, just like that was really quite outrageous. More importantly, The officers guessed what that mecha testing team far north was preparing to do at this time, so their expressions grew increasingly heavy. They really wanted to know how their division commander would react. The commander of the new 17th Division, the federal military's famous good guy, Major General Yu Chenghai, was silent for a moment under the gazes of his many subordinates. Then, to everyone's surprise, he laughed. There was no self-deprecation in his laugh. Lieutenant Colonel Su, Lu even dared to cut off the Bureau of Proclamations channel, so I'm not surprised. Seeing Division Commander Yu's reaction, the officers of the division headquarters felt slightly strange, but they immediately understood. They lowered their heads somewhat awkwardly, thinking that they should have guessed earlier that this slightly plump and gentle division commander would not have the courage to do anything. However, right at this moment, Division Commander Yu Chenghai surprised everyone. He smiled warmly and said, "Inform Commander He to have his first regiment enter combat mode. Prepare to move north within 4 hours. Young staff officers, ask for the location of the Azure Dragon. Special Forces, 1st Army before the geomagnetic storm. 2nd Regiment and 3rd Regiment slowly approach from the direction of Poling G towards the northwest. Pay attention, stay away from those guys from the Iron 7th Division. If you encounter Dongfang Pei's regiment, just ignore it." The officers in the room stared blankly at their division commander, unable to digest these words in a short period of time. Division commander was preparing for the entire division to go out and provide support. In everyone's eyes, this was the same person who only knew how to eat to his heart's content, who spoke softly to his superiors and subordinates, who laughed foolishly, and who lacked courage. Was this the same person who was useless? Teacher Yu Chenghai, who was already over 50 years old, scratched the white hair on his head. Looking at his subordinates who were looking at each other in dismay, he gently smiled and said, "What are you still doing here? Could it be that you really don't treat me as your teacher?" Only then did the officers wake up, with a trace of excitement, 30% confusion, and 60% doubt. They saluted in unison and prepared to carry out the orders of the division commander. However, their movements were still somewhat hesitant. Deputy Chief of Staff Ning, he couldn't figure out what was wrong with Commander Yu today either. He lowered his voice and reminded him, "The situation has been reported to space, but there has been no reply from the headquarters regarding the trapped special forces. Moreover, the geomagnetic storm and snowstorm are still going on over there. The situation is unclear." Commander Yu Chenghai waved his hand and interrupted Ning He's words. A smile of understanding flashed across his slightly chubby face. He looked at his subordinates in the room and said, "Actually, we all know that it does seem a little strange for me to be the division commander of the new 17th Division. You must know that the most amazing job I have in the Army is actually just to cook for the division commander." Since the division commander was in the mood to tell a joke, as his subordinates, they naturally had to respond with a smile. However, there was another emotion in their smiles because what Commander Yu said was true. Although it seemed to be a kind of glory that the war god was only willing to eat his cooking, it was definitely not a good qualification in the Army. On the bloody battlefield, the word good guy was synonymous with good for nothing. In fact, there were many high-ranking generals within the federal military who looked down on Yu Chenghai. They had great objections to him taking the position of division commander of the new 17th Division, which had a strong symbolic meaning. Regarding the position of division commander of the new 17th Division, who knew how many commanders of powerful field armies, and even the chief of staff of military regions, were willing to lower themselves a few ranks to take up the position. In the end, after so much fighting, this position actually landed on the head of a chef. Who could be convinced? All of the middle and high-ranking officers of the new 17th Division were the targets that the Federation focused on cultivating. For such a good guy to be the division commander, it was hard to say that they weren't disappointed and angry in the depths of their hearts. But who said that chefs don't know how to fight? Yu Chunghai smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. For the first time, the officers in the room felt a certain sense of valiance from him. Back in the day, the division commander grew up in the West Woods, on the mainland of the empire. In countless battles, he was used to making the most important decisions during meals. I was very honored that I stood by his side at that time. This means that I have watched the Federation war gods' tactical deduction process countless times. No one in the entire Federal Army can compare to me in this aspect. Commander Yu Chunghai's face suddenly glowed with a smug luster. He said, "The Federation's proverb says that if you familiarize yourself with 10,000 books, you will naturally become an excellent writer. I have seen and memorized the division commander's countless battle examples. No matter how incompetent I am, I can still remember some things that a commander needs to remember." In the later stages of the Second World War, the old division commander once used a battle example to educate me. If there is a variable that is beyond the control of both sides on the battlefield, then what we need to do is to actively respond and actively welcome the changes that this variable may bring, no matter whether this change is good or bad. No one knows whether Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu can fix the Special Forces 1st Division. Damn it, the command system of those bastards from Green Dragon Mountain. But there is always this possibility. As long as it is possible, the large army that the Empire's people put in the ambush will be held back for one more day. And we need this time to wait for Helay's 1st Division to move into position. Don't pay attention to those guys from the 7th Division. Dongfang Pei will definitely be scolded after this. Such a big piece of fat meat is right in front of him, and he didn't eat it. How angry will Commander Shaoqing, who has been hungry for so many days, be? Red braised pork is the best with rice. Right now, there is a plate of red braised pork waiting for us. If we still wait for orders from the headquarters, although this is in line with the etiquette of guests, it is also very stupid. The Empire doesn't have a reserve team. That is the magnetic storm area. Just use your brain a little, and you will know the reason for this ambush. Helay's 1st Division is the furthest away from the designated battle area, but he is Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's student. He should know very well what Su Lu will do and how long it will take. So, he must give the 1st Division enough autonomy to be mobile and chase after them. The 2nd Division and the 3rd Division will form two fronts and advance together. The sky here is full of the Federation's eyes and fighters, so there is no problem with safety. Directly entering the magnetic storm area takes the shortest amount of time, so they must control their speed. Once they enter the magnetic storm area, leave immediately and follow the line of the glacier to further north. Everyone, don't pay attention to the battle situation of the enemy or how many Empire soldiers are there. This will definitely be a chaotic battle. Commander Yu Chunghai pointed at the electronic map and explained calmly. It was as if he was explaining how a dish should be cooked. He did it so effortlessly and casually. The officers of the 17th Division quietly listened to their commander's lecture. Their expressions were very serious, and their eyes gradually revealed a look of admiration. Yu Chunghai smiled gently and ended his tactical arrangement. He looked at his subordinates and said, "Just like the 7th Division's crazy pursuit to the north in the Yellow Mountain Ridge last year, once we enter the magnetic storm area, we will split up. Later, we will issue the strictest military order to the company-level combat units. Once they discover that they cannot beat the Empire soldiers, they are to run immediately. As for where to run, that is up to them to decide. Don't forget that our 17th Division is a fully mechanized force. Now, the Department of National Defense has stuffed in so many mechas that make me dizzy. When it comes to running, who can be faster than us? With the additional system designed by Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, I believe that these mechas will not fall into a trap again. Commander Yu Qinghai raised an eyebrow and smiled. As a commander, I should not be explaining these tactical arrangements to you all, but there are not many true veterans in the division. As a commander, my greatest responsibility is to pass down the fighting style of the old commander when he led the 17th Division. Of course, if General Miles were to be the commander himself, perhaps he would do a better job. You must know that on the battlefield back then, he was known for being the most sinister and ruthless, but I think the president would not agree. Commander Yu Qinghai spread out his arms and said with a serious expression, "Children, you must remember that the great, undefeated 17th Division only has one fighting style, and that is to eat all the meat that can be eaten, to love every piece of meat on our bodies. For this purpose, there is no such thing as the word shameless in our eyes." Su Lu did not know what had happened at the division headquarters. He also did not know that the 17th Division that had been brought up by that old man in Feiqing was definitely not as honorable and disciplined as the Federation citizens thought. In reality, although he used all his free time to study military command and had also commanded 7th Division in some small-scale battles, he still could not be considered an excellent commander. Putting aside those hot-blooded individual heroism, he still habitually used his superior combat ability to solve the problems he faced while in a mecha. The twin engines of the Snow White MXT mecha hummed. The micro-turbine in the T-section did not make any noise, but it silently provided more power. The superfine alloy spikes protruded from the mechanical legs of the mecha, like the fine hairs on the edge of a cat's paw. They rubbed against the smooth ice surface forcefully, causing the two mechas to become two white lines. Although it was difficult to be silent, they advanced at an exceptionally high speed. The snowstorm grew stronger and stronger. The two mechas in synchronized mode simultaneously emitted a warning of strong magnetic interference. Relying on the naked eye, they did not separate, but they were still blurred between the wind, snow, glacier, and black clouds, like two flies bumping into each other for who knew how long. And then they crashed headfirst into the battlefield. Two white mechas stood on top of the glacier, looking down at the armored vehicles that were emitting black smoke. The corpses of the fallen soldiers were motionless as they listened to the sporadic gunshots. They seemed to be looking for a way to enter the center of the battlefield. Chapter 5:15. The ground was a vast expanse of snow, but the sky was heavy with dark clouds. In addition to the black smoke that rose into the air and drifted in all directions with the wind and snow, the light seemed somewhat dim. Sporadic gunshots rang out from all directions from time to time. Whether it was the Imperial Expeditionary Force hidden in the glaciers or the Green Dragon mountain troops that had been unexpectedly ambushed, they all seemed to have been frozen by the bitter cold. Their shouts and hot-bloodedness could only be monotonously pulled on the triggers, firing bullets forward, splashing the ice and snow on the ground, or knocking down an enemy. No one noticed that halfway up the steep icy peak to the southwest, there were two Snow-White Federation mecha quietly half-buried in the deep snow. They had already entered the active geomagnetic zone. The MXT mecha's SCC monitoring system and large radius high-sensitivity radar were all under strong interference. Warning characters flashed on the screen from time to time, and a light red light lit up in the cockpit. Su Lu didn't pay attention to these problems. He silently watched the screen's vision, watching the battle scenes on the snowy battlefield closest to him that moved him. Shang Qiu was currently beside him, performing operations to eliminate interference. His movements were as smooth and concise as usual. As the chief research engineer of MX, a true genius, Even if he were to do this work, he wouldn't be able to do it better. With a light beep, the two white mecha in a synchronized state recovered most of their electronic functions at almost the same time. Relying on manual operations couldn't go against the mysterious nature, but it could recover some of the losses. Through the calculations of the onboard computer and the observation of the naked eye, Su Lu roughly determined the scope of the battle area. The trapped Green Dragon Mountain troops were more than expected, roughly 2,000 people. Presumably, before they were ambushed, they should have been close to a proper regiment's establishment, but this Green Dragon Mountain troops were now scattered into countless scattered small teams, fighting in a glacial region that was dozens of square kilometers in size. This kind of situation was truly not good. If they couldn't repair their command system as soon as possible, then this troop's destruction was only a matter of time. Boom, boom. Several muffled explosions came from the distance of the glaciers. Then sporadic gunshots rang out, and the pained cries of the wounded could be faintly heard. "Have you found their regiment headquarters?" Su Lu quickly asked the system. His eyes searched for the path to the center of the war zone in the grayish-white world on the screen. What troubled him was that although the Empire's firepower did not seem to be very strong, there were obviously many hidden heavy firepower points in front of him. The lateral filtering can only be accurate up to 500 meters. Bai Yulan's voice rang out from the cockpit. "They're roughly 7 kilometers to the east. Our luck is pretty good. Their regimental headquarters isn't in the central region, and they're quite close to us. If this regimental headquarters is really at the furthest point, no one would be able to find them." "Got it." Su Lu let go of the joystick, turned back to the chair, and took out the black workbench box, preparing for battle. Between the glaciers in the direction of the Green Dragon Mountain Regiment Division, there should be many Empire firing points. However, the sky was already gradually darkening. Apart from forcefully charging over, there didn't seem to be many other choices. "Your press box seems to be smaller than the previous one." Shang Qiu adjusted the glasses on the bridge of her nose and suddenly said, "This is a gift from someone. Please keep what you see a secret." Su Lu replied. He didn't explain that this was a gift from Jian Shuer through a special channel. It was a new type of simulation system specially designed for the Lees of Philadelphia. He took off his pilot's uniform, revealing his well-proportioned and muscular body. He began to put on this set of equipment that was much lighter than the simulation system he had assembled himself. Beside him, Shang Qiu took off her glasses in surprise, but didn't say anything. A strange light flashed through her eyes. It had been a long time since he had used a mecha in battle. Su Li's body that was suspended in the air exerted some force. His left knee bent slightly, and he felt the familiar tingling sensation of numbness on his skin. He felt the strength of each of his pores as he listened to the familiar sound of hydraulics coming from the mecha below him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt some kind of powerful and intoxicating strength return to his body. Following his movements, the white MXT mecha that had been quietly hiding in the wind and snow all this time lowered its left knee slightly and slowly stood up, according to the plan they had drawn up beforehand. Their goal was to support the Green Dragon Mountain Regiment Division headquarters, not to the point where they were crazy enough to want to defeat the entire battalion of the Imperial Expeditionary Force with just 2 mecha. Su Li's mecha would act as the vanguard or bait, drawing the firepower of the Empire soldiers from the outskirts of the battle zone. He would forcibly tear open a path and cover Bai Yulan's mecha as they quickly passed through the outskirts of the battle zone to reach their destination. The white MXD at the back followed the former's movements and slowly stood up as well. Its twin engines emitted a low hum, shaking off the snow on its body to the ground. In the cockpit of the mecha, Xiong Linquan silently prepared the firepower system. Bai Yulan looked at the not-so-intense, but exceptionally bloody and cruel battle through the screen. She said to the system in a heavy tone, "Be careful. This batch of Empire soldiers is crazier than the ones we've encountered before." Yes, in the 3 planetary systems, the Imperial Expeditionary Force that had already reached the end of their road had already sunk into the final frenzy before they died. This was especially so on planet 5460, where the situation was the most bleak. Although the headquarters, led by old General Ambly, still had tens of thousands of soldiers under control, the miserable situation where there was no retreat and no path forward had caused the Empire soldiers to enter a state of madness that was bordering on suicidal. Because of the snowstorm and geomagnetic storm, the Imperial Expeditionary Force was very lucky to have surrounded a Federal Army unit. They gathered an entire battalion of soldiers and launched an attack on this Federal Army unit. They knew very well that their equipment and ammunition were on the brink of depletion, far inferior to the Federal Army. Even if this ambush was successful, their troops would have to pay a heavy price. They also knew very well that even if they completely annihilated this Federal Army unit, it would not change the cruel fact that the Empire had been annihilated in the Westwoods. But so what? In the moment before death, they suddenly found that they could kill more enemies before they died. How could they not seize this opportunity? The people of the Empire didn't even care what the Federation unit's designation was. In their eyes, there was no difference between the Federation Army and the anti-government army. They were all people of the Federation, so they all deserved to die. On a snowy slope, a dozen or so Empire soldiers were currently advancing towards the Green Dragon Mountain unit. They didn't shout, didn't yell, only with sunken faces and red eyes. They stepped over the already dead and stiff corpses of their comrades and pulled the triggers with all their might. The metal triggers were as terrifying as soldering iron from the severe cold. Their fingers had long festered to the bone, but their shooting movements were still incomparably accurate and meticulous. The whistling bullets flew past, striking the eye of an Empire soldier. Flowers of blood and brain matter spurted out at the same time, but he didn't immediately fall down. Instead, he relied on some sort of instinct before death to fire the last 2 bullets forward. Only when the Federation people's follow-up bullets struck his chest into a mess did he willingly fall onto the ice and snow. His 2 legs twitched slightly, and then he didn't make any more movements, dying as if he had been freed. 3 kilometers to the northwest, the Green Dragon Mountain unit's side defensive line was finally broken through. 300 Empire soldiers launched an attack on this unit that had been defending alone for a day and night. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers clenched their teeth and continuously fired. The 300 Empire soldiers, however, didn't fire back. Instead, they faced the bullets of death and advanced with difficulty on the snowy ground, doing their best to close the firing distance. They didn't care that their comrades were constantly falling beside them. In reality, when their comrades fell, the Empire soldiers' faces didn't show any emotion. They only calmly bent down to pick up their comrades' guns, and then charged forward again. This was because they understood extremely clearly that their guns only had a single magazine, and every single bullet had to be displayed to its greatest effect. In this type of hopeless situation, human lives would never be as important as ammunition. When the 300 Empire soldiers charged into a certain Green Dragon Mountain unit, only half of them remained. A bitter close-range shooting battle abruptly unfolded in that snowy plain. The crazy Empire soldiers didn't care about the danger of sputtering fire at close range at all, and they even more so didn't care about whether or not they would accidentally injure their comrades in this small area. Gunshots suddenly sounded. Roughly 3 minutes later, the desolation stopped. All that was left was a sea of corpses and heavily injured people howling in pain, as well as more than 10 Empire soldiers whose eyes flickered with ruthless and crazy radiance. Right at this time, a green Dragon Mountain soldier, whose legs were blown off, cracked open his mouth and laughed. Then he opened the sensor grenade in his hands, detonating the ammo box behind him. A muffled sound rang through the air, followed by a blast of smoke and a streak of black smoke. A certain green Dragon Mountain unit fell, and the 300 Empire soldiers also all died in battle. The Imperial Expeditionary Force and Green Dragon Mountain's troops were scattered between the glaciers and snowy plains, tangled up in a chaotic battle. The intense battle had already continued for a day and 2 nights. Scenes of desperate battles like this occurred in every corner of this snowy region war zone. Neither side who were engaged in an intense battle had the time to bury the corpses. However, because the battlefield was scattered far and wide, the soldiers' corpses lying everywhere didn't give off a densely packed feeling. The blood that gushed out from the wounds was frozen into red crystals, and there wasn't too much of a blood-soaked battlefield atmosphere either. Within the spacious glaciers and snowy plains, the thousands of corpses were like black punctuation marks decorating a crazy article. Within the countless battle positions, whenever the smoke and cliffs scattered, soldiers from both sides could always be seen. Their bodies had long been frozen stiff, but they still stubbornly tangled together. The military spears in their hands pierced into each other's bodies, electrocuting the other party's military uniform into charred paste. A certain green Dragon Mountain regiment of 3,400 people only had 2,000 people left. Meanwhile, in this large army of over 10,000 people, because of this crazy suicidal style of battle, who knew how many people had died? The Empire's people had all gone crazy. They bent their bodies that were frozen by the wind and snow, continuously surging towards Green Dragon Mountain's position. They held guns wrapped in rags, stepped on their ripped military boots, and moved forward one after another to commit suicide or kill others. Those who didn't personally witness this battle would never be able to understand this kind of desperate and crazy atmosphere that pervaded the snowy plains. They would never be able to imagine what the bitter bottom line of this battle was. This wasn't the last grenade that would end in mutual destruction, nor was it a situation where one's expression didn't change when facing a white blade. Instead, it was a type of cold environment that was silent to the point of making people go crazy. Each side didn't yield an inch, exchanging life for life as a matter of course, without a change in expression. This was a battle that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Federation's military history, facing the frantic attacks of the Empire's people who had staked everything on a single throw. This Azure Dragon Mountain troop, that was much smaller in number, had persisted until now. Like a hard bone, they had held on for 2 days and 1 night. They weren't scared by the Empire's madness. Even though the regiment headquarters on the outskirts of the battle zone had lost control of the overall situation because of the damage to their command system, they still didn't think about retreating at all. It was because they came from Green Dragon Mountain, from the silent but hard-working lower-class people. It was because they were people of the Federation, and this was the land of the Federation. Chapter 5:16. No matter how intense and crazy a battle was, after continuing for 2 days and 1 night, they would all gradually enter small-scale battle mode. This was especially the case in such a large expanse of glaciers and snowy plains. Both sides of the Federation and Empire were mostly fighting over an extremely small tactical location. The Green Dragon Mountain troops, whose command system was severely damaged, in a situation where they didn't have any clear orders from their superiors, stubbornly defended the position they stood on. Meanwhile, the Empire of Despair's people who no longer needed to be commanded launched attacks towards every position they could see. The position was lost, and then it was taken back. Neither of the valiant and persevering sides cared about battle losses or whether or not they could survive. Their red eyes only stared at the vast expanse of white, snowy plains. There were small-scale battles everywhere. Meanwhile, these small team battles without heavy firepower support were in reality even more naked and bloody than the clashes of armored streams and high-performance mecha battles. Without full metal shells, the humans from different star regions, relying on their own bodies and the firearms in their hands, played out scene after scene of instinctive cruelty. In the two white mechas at the waistline of the glaciers, the light screens clearly captured the battle scenes. These scenes made the hearts of Su Li's group of four cold. While the Empire's people were going crazy in the face of death, they also developed endless respect for this impressive green dragon mountain troops. It was precisely because of this that they didn't have the time to think about a more perfect plan. Instead, they chose the most direct, two-pronged assault tactic. Thus, in the next instant, the hundreds of soldiers from both sides who were silently fighting outside the snowy plains saw a scene they would never forget. The low and powerful rumbling of twin engines instantly sounded from above the glaciers. All around the snowy plains, heavy drum-like sounds suddenly rang out. The ice and snow that had condensed for millions of years suddenly exploded. There was a snowstorm here, but the ice and snow suddenly exploded, sending out countless pieces of snow that swept away all of the snowflakes in the sky. A snow-white mecha, in a situation no one could foresee, suddenly shot out with a rumble from this exploding mass of snow. The white MXT mecha was like an ice giant. Carrying the wind and snow around its body, it rushed down the steep snowy slope with a shocking speed. The heavy body stomped on the snow, every step leaving a half-meter deep crater. Every time it lifted its knees, it would cross 50 meters in an instant. Amidst the screeching, it only took a moment for the white mecha to reach the edge of the snowfield where the Imperial troops were stationed. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The clear and chilling sound of metal clashing against metal penetrated the oppressive and suffocating battlefield, suppressing the distant sounds of explosions and the scattered gunfire nearby, piercing the eardrums of the warriors on both sides. The white mecha raised its heavy mechanical arm horizontally in the midst of its high-speed assault, and that thick gun barrel actually seemed so terrifying at this moment. The warriors on both sides stared blankly at the godlike mecha and finally reacted. They screamed and cursed in different languages as they desperately retreated back to their own positions. The white MXD suddenly opened fire. The body of the MXD shook slightly, but it didn't slow down at all. 6 streams of gunfire roared out from its mechanical arm, twisting into a beautiful line of fire and fiercely shooting at the Empire's position. Pop, 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 pop. Darren's specially made bullets that carried extremely high momentum fiercely shot out. Countless amounts of snow and black soil were overturned and sputtered. In an instant, more than 10 Empire soldiers were shot into corpses that littered the ground. The simple and crude position was like a beach after a flood under the violent barrage of bullets, a complete mess. Following the shooting, the white MXT mecha still maintained an extremely exaggerated speed. Against the background of the white snowfield, it had already become a dizzying line. The white mecha was at the front of this line. Snow blocked, snow scattered, ice blocked, ice broke. People died if they tried to stop it. The white mecha charged straight into the battlefield like a hatchet. Its momentum was astonishing. The continuous and fierce firing of Darren's autocannon was like the bright light of this giant hatchet that cut through the snow. Those who came in contact with it would die. After 10 seconds or so, the mecha had already broken through the ice palace. Under the stunned gazes of the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers, before their eyes even had time to produce feelings of surprise, it turned the Empire's position at the outermost edge into a sea of fire. Perhaps it was because the white MXD controlled by Sulu was like a god descending on the battlefield, announcing its arrival to both sides in an overly arrogant manner. Therefore, at this moment, not many people noticed that there was still a snow-white Federation mecha silently following behind it at a distance of 1,500 meters to its right, in order to keep up with Su Li's speed. The mecha controlled by Yulon had entered an overclock state when it started its assault from the waistline of the glacier. Accompanied by the low humming of its twin engines, this mecha that carried the parts that the Green Dragon Mountain troops urgently needed valiantly displayed its maximum mobility. Using the cover of the wind and snow, smoke, and ice, it quickly drove towards the high ground where the Green Dragon Mountain Regiment headquarters was located. Green Dragon Mountain soldiers were all stupefied by the scene before their eyes. After 2 days and 1 night of brutal battle, even though they were the Green Dragon Mountain troops who possessed extremely high awareness and discipline, they still began to feel fatigue and the most terrifying numbness. It was to the extent that when that white mecha hacked into the Empire's troops like a giant axe, not a single person understood what had happened. By the time they reacted, the white mecha had already charged to the Second Empire position at the edge of the battle zone. Dozens of Green Dragon Mountain soldiers roared in ecstasy. Clutching the guns in their hands that were already running low on ammunition, they stepped through the thick snow and charged over. The Empire soldiers were also stunned, staring blankly at this scene. They watched as the white MXD easily annihilated one of their positions, and then without hesitation charged towards the second position. They watched as the bodies of their comrades were sent flying by the tall and large Federation mecha. That mecha's cannon fire easily tore apart the sturdy three-dimensional bulletproof shields. The bulletproof shields that protected their lives instantly became dangerous metal flowers, exploding in all directions. The sharp metal shards the size of palms sliced many of their comrades' bodies into wretched lumps of flesh, while their counterattacks seemed so weak and powerless. The hastily organized counterattacks of the positions were completely ineffective. Normal firearms and bullets could not hit the high-speed moving white mecha at all. Even if a few stray bullets did hit, they could only let out a few mournful chirps, unable to leave any damage to the opponent. Even the few spike-type anti-mecha rocket projectiles that were shot out diagonally from the ice cliffs were completely unable to keep up with that Federation mecha's terrifying speed and unimaginable dodging movements. The last soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force were originally fighting with a crazy attitude of committing suicide in order to serve His Majesty. They were not afraid of death, but at this moment, this Federation white mecha charged into their midst like a demon, as if it had been bestowed with some kind of power, making them feel a sense of despair that they could not take it down at all. This was a cursed Federation mecha. Otherwise, how could it have such fast speed and such inconceivable dodging movements? In this universe, even the best pilots would not be able to perform this kind of operation. Compared to the ordinary soldiers of the Empire who were stunned, their commanding officers had much stronger nerves. Although they were the most basic officers, at this moment, they displayed the excellent training standards of the Empire's military. They lay in the snow pits and ice traps, delaying the arrival of death amidst the sounds of gunfire and snow. They stared fixedly at the white mecha of the Federation that was dancing and killing people with bloodshot eyes. Through the command system, they called for backup, helping the heavy firepower troops to lock onto this damned mecha and give it a fatal blow. The snowy plains were filled with curses and angry howls in the Empire's language. The heavy firepower troops of the Empire made an accurate response in the shortest amount of time. At a 42-degree angle to the northwest, a formation of grenades that had been prepared to shoot horizontally and densely without any hesitation spewed out countless projectiles towards their own positions. The Imperial commander clearly knew that under this kind of dense bombardment, that Federation mecha would definitely explode and die. And he and all of his subordinates, who had not yet died, would also lose their lives along with it. However, his positioning call never paused in the slightest, incomparably calm and callous. The densely packed grenades shot through the wind and snow, instantly covering the entire position, shooting towards that incomparably powerful white mecha that was silently dodging in the position. At the same time, the Imperial commander finally discovered the other white Federation mecha behind. Out of some kind of danger intuition and sensitivity on the battlefield, a batch of mechanical troops began to move at high speed in that direction, wanting to surround that silent white mecha. Go to hell, devil! That Imperial commander who was hiding in the ice crevice, risking his life to locate the Federation mecha, did not feel that his calf had already been cut off by a piece of metal at all. He stared fixedly at that white Federation mecha, and when he heard the shrill howls of the dense bamboo root grenades in the air, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire snowy plains began to tremble. Countless horizontally and horizontally fired cannons whistled through the formation, bombarding the snowy plains even further away. 3 batches of 3D cannons, one after another, exploded at high speed, ruthlessly plowing through the snowy plains with metal shrapnel and high-temperature flames from afar. That Imperial commander was shaken up by the explosion that landed not too far away from him. The intense shockwave blew his body out of the ice crevice, throwing him into the sky. He rolled in the snow, but there was not much sadness in his wide, open brown eyes. Instead, there was a hint of crazed excitement before death. He could almost see that white Federation mecha exploding into a sky full of fireworks just like him. However, the heavens played the final joke on this Imperial commander. He saw that white mecha tumbling in the air like him, but he did not see the other mecha explode. He fell heavily onto the snowy plains, his mouth and nose full of blood from the shock. He opened his red eyes unwillingly, and before he stopped breathing for the last time, his brown eyes were filled with disbelief and pain. Just like this Imperial commander, the Imperial soldiers in the Sea of Flames and the commanders in charge of observing the effect of the concentrated grenades further away were all stunned by what they saw. They felt cold all over, colder than this cruel world. Faced with the dense and seemingly unavoidable wave of grenades, that white Federation mecha did an action that no one could have imagined. In that instant, the bulky and tall white mecha began to spin and roll, using this strange evasive action in a suffocating and narrow space to avoid all of the grenades around it. Countless amounts of snow and ice were swept up by the high-speed evasive action, becoming a scattering snowflake circle. Within the scattering snowflakes, the smoke and flames of the explosions flickered. This scene was extremely beautiful. Chapter 5:17. Shrouded in snow and ice, the snow-white mecha made several perfect arcs in the air, brushing past the grenades in what seemed like an extremely dangerous manner. In that split second, it was almost as if the stabilizing wings of the grenades had brushed past the mecha's alloy surface by less than 1 centimeter, leaving a trail of air in the air. A muffled thump rang out like a hammer in everyone's heart. The heavy MXT mecha plummeted from the air towards the ground. Just as it was about to hit the ground, its right mechanical arm shot out rapidly towards the snow. The massive body of the mecha was thwarted by the massive recoil and quickly bounced back up. Before the heavy mechanical legs could even touch the snow, the white body of the mecha began to tremble violently, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as it swept past the surrounding sea of fire and sped towards another part of the Empire's defensive position. From the moment the grenades had arrived, this white mecha that had abruptly entered the battlefield had performed an unimaginable rotation and evasive maneuver to the moment it had bounced off the ground and turned into a straight line to enter the battle once more. In an extremely short amount of time, this entire set of maneuvers had been completed cleanly without the slightest pause in between. None of the soldiers on both sides of this snowy battlefield had ever seen such mecha control before. In fact, they had never imagined that a seemingly cumbersome and massive mecha could perform such unimaginable maneuvers. Meanwhile, some of the more experienced officers stared at the white mecha that had slaughtered its way into the snowstorm and smoke. They could not help but feel a jolt in their hearts as they thought of a name that had once shaken the universe. Overclocking status denied. T-boost at 60%. SCC half-activated. Warning, degaussing peak value decreasing. The usual electronically synthesized voice of the mecha cockpit was replaced in today's battle by a slightly trembling but still calm female voice. Even in the full restraint decompression device, Shang-Chio's face was still pale from the series of high-speed mecha maneuvers earlier. She gripped the stabilizer lever in front of her with great difficulty as she stared at the continuously flashing data on the separate screen. She made a mecha engineering report to Su Lu, who was in charge of the controls. The central control computer of the mecha needed to analyze the data in order to produce the correct status report. Shang-Chio, on the other hand, only needed to stare at the data streams that the average person would not be able to understand. Then, she would be able to use her deep-rooted understanding of the mecha to preemptively make the calculations and analysis, and then use human eyes to give the correct suggestions. Shang-Chio understood this MXD mecha very well. Looking at the data, she decisively recommended not to enter overclocking mode. Because of this, she did not have the time to look at Su Lu beside her, who was operating the mecha. However, she knew that he was not using his full strength right now. To be so powerful without using his full strength was truly a shocking fact. Su Lu was not moved in the slightest by the series of mecha evasive maneuvers that could be described as beautiful. He knew that he could do all this. During the graduation day military exercise, he had rushed down from the top of Blue Pond Peak. Facing the grenades of the Iron 7th Division's Guards Battalion, he could even pass through them, let alone the artillery of the Empire. This was a kind of bone-deep confidence. This confidence came from the mysterious power within his body, from the intimate feeling of seamless cooperation between him and the MXD mecha, and even more from his daily training that was more diligent than anyone else. Today, Su Li's mecha piloting skills were even stronger than they had been during the graduation day military exercise. In addition to the new MXD's turbocharging technology, as well as the Fei City War God set gifted to him by Jian Shuayer, he did not need to let his mecha enter an unstable overclocking mode to deal with what had seemed like a frightening situation earlier. Shang-Chio's technical cooperation rang out clearly in his ears. Su Lu subconsciously cooperated. At this moment, his entire body and mind had already become one with the giant mecha beneath him, and it was almost impossible to tell them apart. His fingers quickly brushed across the touch screen as he keyed in one precise command after another. His other hand gripped the control stick firmly, and from time to time, he would use his finger to flick the shortcut button on the stick. The simulation system on his body faithfully reproduced and magnified the muscle movements simulated by the blazing power within his body. Through the onboard system, it was transmitted to every alloy bone and joint of the mecha, allowing the mecha to perform one swift and precise movement after another on the glaciers and snowy plains. After destroying 3 simple Empire defensive positions in succession and dodging 2 concentrated artillery attacks, the Empire troops in this war zone finally understood just how terrifying the power of the White Federation mecha was. Countless angry military orders were passed through the command system, and even more of the heavy armored troops in the central region of the war zone began to move in this direction. The white MXD roared as it passed through a stretch of icy cliffs and finally met a true opponent. Amidst a sky full of snow and wind, for Empire wolf mechas that had been hiding here for a long time suddenly surrounded it with a boom. These camouflaged Empire mechas were lighter in weight and moved quickly on the surface of the snowy plains. However, they didn't dare to compete in speed with the white MXD in close-range combat. From 200 meters away, they began to blast out powerful onboard firepower. For fiery red bullet lines shot out like awls towards the seemingly unprepared white mecha. The other white MXD that had been silently following the smoke and artillery fire at the front also encountered its first wave of obstruction at this moment. The Empire's heavy firepower troops hurriedly moved over and fired a concentrated barrage of armor-piercing, heavy bullets in an attempt to annihilate it. This white mecha was clearly not as crazy and unstoppable as the mecha controlled by Su Lu at the front left. Both of its engines were fully engaged and in an overclocked state, and it still followed the traditional combat mode, carrying out impeccably precise dodging actions. However, what was clearly different was that this white mecha's dodging actions were a little strange. In the eyes of the soldiers on both sides of the snowy plains, when the white mecha was sprinting and sliding to the right, its heavy mechanical arms were unreasonably spread to the left. Darren's cannon fire roared out, shattering the icy cliffs on the left side. This kind of feeling was extremely uncoordinated, like a drunkard holding a bottle of wine and smashing it at the urine stain on the wall, but in the end, it always smashed into the telephone pole by the wall. It was a terrible sight, as if it could be knocked to the ground at any time. However, what was strange was that this white mecha's extremely uncoordinated dodging and firing actions had achieved extremely good results. Not only did it not fall to the ground under the heavy firepower of the Empire's heavy firepower troops, it instead swayed and charged forward at high speed, and those ferocious gunfire reaped the lives of many Empire soldiers. Finally, some of the soldiers understood that this white mecha's operation and shooting seemed to be separated into two completely different systems, and they did not interfere with each other. Multitasking may not be a difficult task, but all of the soldiers knew that a mecha with a complete system would have all links that were interconnected, and it was extremely difficult to forcibly separate them into two parts. However, this white mecha was actually able to do this to such an extent, which could only mean that the pilot's control skills were extremely outstanding. Moreover, he and the person in charge of the firepower system had an extremely good rapport, to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. The white mecha ran wildly across the snowy plains, not caring about front or back. The rotating cannons on the mecha's arms roared as they spat out flames, but they did not wildly scatter in all directions to kill the defenseless Empire soldiers. Instead, they accurately transformed into terrifying straight lines that shot out from the mecha's body, mercilessly striking the heavy firepower equipment and blasting a sky full of debris. Inside the cockpit, Xiong Linshuan's expression was calm as he controlled the auxiliary screen, controlling the firepower system to make the most effective shots. At the same time, he also had to cooperate with Bai Yulan's high-speed operation to prevent the mecha's physical performance from being affected. Such a tedious operation did not seem to be able to pressure him, who was in Group 7's second thick nerves. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly became serious and his brows furrowed. Looking at the image on the SCC window, he shouted loudly, "Boss is trapped! For mechas!" Even in the midst of such a fierce battle, Bai Yulan, wearing a helmet, still looked calm and gentle. He stared at the small screen in front of him, quickly operating the mecha, pushing his hand speed to the limit. Even after hearing Xiong Linshuan's anxious shout, he did not react at all. 1 kilometer ahead, the Empire's armored forces were rushing over. This was what he needed to worry about right now. Xiong Lin Quan shouted, naturally hoping that Bai Yulan would control the mecha to turn to the left to support Su Lu. However, he did not receive any response, and he could not help but be slightly stunned. He knew that Lao Bai and Su Lu had a close relationship, and Lao Bai would definitely not ignore the life and death of his boss. Then, what did this silence mean? The white mecha's right shoulder armor flipped over, and the only main cannon designed by the MXD blasted out, overturning an Empire's heavy armored vehicle 300 meters away. Xiong Linquan pursed his lips tightly, glancing uneasily at the SCC window from the corner of his eyes. However, the uneasiness in his eyes immediately turned into shock and satisfaction. On the screen on the window, 4 wolf mecha that had been in hiding for a long time were launching an ambush at the white MXD controlled by Su Lu. The terrifying projectiles sent snow and ice flying everywhere, somewhat obstructing the view of the battlefield. However, an instant later, the snow and ice fell to the ground, and one of the Empire's mecha, roaring with gunfire, suddenly froze. This Empire's mecha seemed to have been frozen stiff by the wind and snow, instantly losing all of its power. Then, the engine behind its waist exploded, and the mecha collapsed to the ground. A moment ago, the tall white MXD had been in a half-crouched position on the snowy ground. The next moment, like a ghost, it swept out from behind this exploding mecha. The Dahlan gun at the front of the mechanical arm had long been replaced by a super-sharp special tri-edged alloy blade, instead of the conventional alloy serrated blade. It was precisely this sharp, tri-edged alloy blade that accurately pierced into the gap between the Empire's wolf mecha's engine compartment, exploding the mecha with one stab. The trembling MXD mecha swept over like a gust of wind. In less than a second, it had performed 14 consecutive microcontrols, entering the midsection of another Empire's mecha. With a heavy swing of its mechanical arm, the alloy blade sliced through the mecha's neck, pulling out the dense network of transmission wires and easily severing the mecha's power system. Chapter 518. Almost at the same time it finished off the second Imperial mecha, the white MXD mecha once again slid to the side. Unreasonably, it relied on its own weight and powerful inertia to ram viciously into the other Imperial mecha, sending it flying miserably. What was impossible to see with the naked eye was that in the instant this wolf mech flew off the ground and lost control, the white MXD's left alloy fist smashed down, heavily blasting a deep dent into the inside of the mech's mechanical leg. The severe physical deformation caused the balance support system hidden under the wolf mecha's baffle to explode. The mecha's body fell heavily onto the snowy ground, unable to stand up again. The fluid in the damaged pipes began to flow in reverse, and the delicate components were destroyed by the wanton flow of electricity. Immediately after that, the white MXD used the recoil from the collision to retreat at high speed. Its massive body did a somersault in midair that was absolutely forbidden in all mecha operating regulations. Its heavy and thick mechanical leg came crashing down like a long rock. Without giving the last Imperial mecha any chance to react, it simply and brutally trampled it to the ground. The white mecha crouched down, and the triangular alloy spear at the front of its right mechanical arm pierced through the weakest part of the Imperial mecha's cockpit. When it was pulled out, it left a trail of blood and sparks. The snow-white MXD mecha stood up silently in the dim light of the sky. Beneath its feet was the remains of an Empire mecha. This scene seemed to make the tragic battlefield in the snowy region quiet down a little. 4 wolf mecha surrounded and attacked, but their concentrated firepower did not harm Su Lu at all. Instead, they were all easily one-shot by him. This was because the Federation's new MX mecha was already one level ahead of the Imperial mecha, and more importantly, because his control skills were already much better than these Imperial soldiers. He was one of the most outstanding mecha engineers in the Federation. His daily, tedious studies allowed him to understand the mecha structures of both sides like the back of his hand. At the same time, he was also the Federation's most talented mecha operator. This allowed him to target the weaknesses of the mecha, launching attacks from angles that the average person would never be able to imagine. Perhaps his current level of mecha control skills was still a considerable distance away from that old man and that uncle in Feiching, but this type of mecha combat concept design was already strong enough. At least on this planet 5460, he was unmatched. After a moment of silence on the battlefield, the final battalion of the Imperial Expeditionary Force did not stop moving forward because of the terrifying performance of this White Federation mecha. More armored vehicles, and even more mecha came madly from all directions. In the cockpit, Shang Qiu stared through his glasses at the scrolling data on the screen and pressed the red button without hesitation. The white MXD mecha finally officially entered overclocking mode, charging straight into the dense tide of Imperial iron. Because this was a mecha specially made for Sulu by the Nutshell Engineering Department, there was no more spectacular sight of the mecha taking off its armor. Only the roar of its twin engines and the violent tremors heralded the arrival of some sort of heroic scene. In the blink of an eye, the white mecha charged into the tide of Imperial iron. After a violent collision, a black shadow flew into the sky, and a low explosion rang out. Amidst the countless armored vehicles and mecha, the white mecha's silhouette seemed like it could collapse at any moment and be drowned out. But in the next instant, it miraculously stood up again. The triangular alloy spike was still shining brightly. 1 kilometer behind to the right, another white mecha was also maintaining a high-speed charging posture. Because most of the Imperial Empire's armored mobility forces had been drawn over by Sulu, the situation faced by Yulan and Xiong Linquan was much more relaxed. Today was the first time Xiong Linquan had witnessed Su Li's valiant style in mecha operation. Perhaps it was because he had been stunned by that scene, so he was not too worried about falling into the trap of being the leader of the iron flow of the Empire. But at this time, Yulan said coldly, "Pay attention, I want to get closer to boss." Xiong Lin Xuan's body stiffened. He knew that Yulan was worried about the safety of the white mecha. He asked curiously, "Boss is such a strong guy. If he fought like before, he could definitely take on an entire Imperial mech squad by himself. What are you worried about?" One person taking on an entire Imperial mech squad by himself was something that only happened in legends. He wondered if the god of war, Li Pifu, could do it. Yulan thought about the experience of following Sulu all these years. She thought about how exhausted he looked after those intense mecha battles and said, "Boss is strong enough, but his endurance is not enough. He can't last long enough." Xiong Linquan immediately understood what she meant. His eyes widened as he watched the fierce battle. He shouted, "Then he really can't do it in bed. Let's go over and help him CK a few more." Sulu knew his problem better than Yulan. Intense battles drained the energy in his body. In previous battles, he had often encountered this problem. This problem was not just the unbearable hunger in his stomach, but also a matter of life and death. For example, last year at Yellow Mountain Ridge, when he had assisted the Iron 7 Division in the battle, he had single-handedly taken out around 10 Imperial mecha. But at that time, if the Iron 7 Division had not been there, he would not have been able to survive in his exhausted state. So now, he was very careful to avoid the dangerous situation of completely draining the energy in his body. In the previous battle, he had been forcefully pushing back his overclocked state. But today, in this snowy region filled with the desperate and frenzied atmosphere of the Imperial people, he had no other choice. he had to explode with all his energy and seek a good result of forcefully breaking through or wait for the Green Dragon Mountain troops, who had been silent all this time, to react. The SCC system sent a synchronized signal. Sula said in a low voice, "Go away." A reply came from the other side. "Don't even think about it." Sulu wanted to rescue the trapped Green Dragon Mountain troops, but his subordinates and companions believed that his life and death were more important than anything else. This was not something that should happen on the battlefield, where discipline was the most important, but perhaps in the eyes of the 7th Division, this was a matter of course. The 2 white MXD mechas instantly drew close, maintaining a distance of 500 meters, and rushed towards the Imperial Expeditionary Force's mobile fleet. Those densely packed Imperial armored mobile fleet looked like a flattened cake. Su Li's white mecha was like a knife that had been stabbed into the center of the cake, while Bai Yulan's mecha was treacherously waving around the edges of the cake, trying to share some of the pressure for him. It was a simple tactic, but it could also be said that there was no tactic. In reality, if these 2 MXD mechas wanted to break out of the encirclement other than courage and dominance, what else could they rely on? On the ground covered in deep snow, the 2 heavy white mechas broke through the snow at high speed. They were like 2 sharp and unstoppable lines of snow, extending forward. Although their speed had slowed down, they were still stubbornly extending forward. Other than the 2 sides engaged in fierce battle, the sporadic battles at the edge of the snowfield war zone all stopped almost at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers or the Imperial Expeditionary Force soldiers, they were all attracted by the 2 lines of snow. The highland with the geographical designation Y6328 in the charter was unremarkable in this snowfield of ice. Especially after being covered by the snowstorm, it was even more impossible to see any abnormalities. The trapped Green Dragon Mountain troops' headquarters was located in this highland in name. Deep snow covered the bottom of the barracks, and the bone-piercing cold made the atmosphere in the headquarters somewhat cold and cheerless. However, these soldiers who had persisted for 2 days and 1 night did not despair, and they did not give up. Because of the snowstorm and geomagnetic storm, the Green Dragon Mountain troops that had retreated slightly late were trapped in the snowfield. Then, they very unfortunately encountered the final madness of the Empire's people. Their battlefield command system had been severely damaged in the fierce battle, resulting in the current chaotic scene of the battlefield. If not for the bravery and inconceivable discipline of the Green Dragon Mountain troops at the grassroots level, this troop would probably have been defeated long ago. It was precisely because of this unique Green Dragon Mountain troops that could be called machinery and could also be called a great sense of discipline that the headquarters located at the edge of the battlefield did not even think of retreating early. From the regiment commander to the ordinary soldiers, they all firmly guarded this place, receiving wave after wave of attacks from the Empire's people while waiting for an opportunity to turn the tide. Unfortunately, 2 days and 1 night had passed, and the Federation's reinforcements still had not arrived. The geomagnetic storm also showed no signs of weakening, and this damned snowstorm was still so violent. A thick shadow shrouded the hearts of everyone in the headquarters. They even had no way of knowing the situation of the 2 battalions further away from the war zone. How should they fight this battle? Report. A scout covered in snow rushed into the headquarters and said loudly, "There are 2 Federation mecha coming. They should be reinforcements." The commander of the 1st Special Forces Advance Group, Li Ming, had sunken cheeks, the beard on his cheeks stiff. When he heard these words, his eyes narrowed slightly. He quickly walked out of the barracks and quickly asked, "How many reinforcements are there?" In his opinion, the 2 Federation mecha were definitely scouting or contact methods for the Federation's reinforcements. The true main force should be at the back. However, contrary to his expectations, that scout replied hesitantly, "Seems like it's just two mecha. I haven't discovered any traces of the main force." Commander Li Ming stopped his footsteps, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. Then, he picked up his electronic binoculars and looked towards the battlefield several kilometers away. The screen just happened to show the scene of two lines of snow charging straight towards the Empire's armored mobility group. Commander Li Ming's eyes narrowed even more, becoming two thin lines in the blizzard. The Imperial Expeditionary Force besieging him had gathered the last of their strength. There were at least 30 wolf mecha. If it weren't for the fact that the Empire's commander would rather sacrifice the lives of normal soldiers than let the last mecha bear the threat of the magnetic storm bombs, his own troops might have long been reduced to more than 3,000 dead souls. How could two Federation mecha be a match for so many Empire mecha? Not staying silent for too long, Commander Li Ming said softly, "Gather formation and prepare to fire. Rescue those two young men." The chief of staff beside him stiffened slightly and protested emotionally, "Commander, this is the last of the electromagnetic ammunition equivalent. If we fire it out, what about those positions that don't have underground magnetic storm bombs? What about our soldiers? Even if we can successfully rescue these two mecha, we won't be able to change the overall situation at all. Don't tell me we have to die with these two mecha." Commander Li Ming quietly observed the wind and snow and said faintly, "Defending alone in a world of ice and snow for 2 days and 1 night. The Southern government has 2 divisions that are known to be the strongest, but in the end, only these two mecha came to save us. This reason is enough." Chapter 5:19. The sky had already darkened, and the snow had stopped. After the thick clouds, the sun had already set beside the ice peak. The last of the Green Dragon Mountain's ammunition had also been thrown out. Amidst the huge explosion, countless blue arcs of electricity sizzled, twisting and struggling to extend in all directions, landing on the alloy bodies of those Imperial mechas and armored vehicles. Like countless snakes that had suddenly awakened from hibernation, they attacked the enemy based on their biological instincts. Under the cover of this explosion, with the support of the Green Dragon Mountain troops, those 2 white Federation mecha that had come from afar finally managed to narrowly pass through the interception battle group that the Imperial Expeditionary Force had temporarily organized before they were on the verge of collapse. Diagonally, they passed through the 3 Green Dragon Mountain lines of defense and entered the command camp of this trapped army. Accompanied by the low sound of metal rubbing and liquid compressing, the cockpits of the 2 white mecha opened. Su Lu and the other 3 climbed out, exhausted. Their bodies were more or less covered in wounds from the violent collisions. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers on the ground quickly came forward to receive them, carefully supporting these people who had come from afar as reinforcements. The officers and soldiers in the command center looked in shock at the terrible wounds on the 2 white mecha. Looking at the 4 drenched and haggard Federation soldiers, they easily associated it with the danger of the mecha's advance earlier. They couldn't help but secretly cheer for these people's courage and powerful combat strength. "I am the commander of the advance team of the 1st Special Army, Li Ming." Commander Li Ming gripped Su Li's hand tightly and said with a smile, "Welcome, but I have some very bad news. Our regiment's last of the electromagnetic storm ammunition has already been thrown out. If those Imperial bastards throw their last mecha into battle, other than your 2 mecha, we have no other way." Su Lu felt a warm feeling come from his palm. Glancing at the highest commander of the trapped army, he couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration for this commander's calm and steady attitude in such a desperate situation. "Our regiment has fought for 2 days and 1 night. We fought very badly." Commander Li Ming's smile gradually faded as he said calmly, "The command system is damaged. We can't get in touch with the two camps at the snowy peaks. We only know that the battle over there is still ongoing. I don't know how many soldiers have died, but if we don't have enough support, we won't be able to hold on much longer. In fact, I thought that no one would care about us," Commander Li Ming said. "I didn't expect that there would be two government mechas willing to accompany us on our last journey." Su Lu could hear the slight bitterness and resentment in this Green Dragon Mountain commander's voice. If it had been him who had been besieged for 2 days and 1 night by the geomagnetic storms, snowstorms, and the crazy remnants of the Empire without seeing any Federation reinforcements or any possibility of escape, perhaps his resentment would be even deeper. "I believe that the big guys will definitely be able to hold on. The reinforcements from behind should be arriving soon." Su Lu firmly shook the commander's hand and sincerely said, "Since we are here, the situation should be better." The soldiers of the Green Dragon Mountain Army had long been numbed by the blood coagulation and death in these 2 days and 1 night of battle. Hearing the words of this small-eyed Federation officer, they didn't have the energy to make an excited expression as a response. Instead, they felt somewhat disapproving and sorrowful ridicule in their hearts. They had seen with their own eyes those spectacular mecha assault scenes from before, and were very impressed by these 4 Federation soldiers. However, they still did not believe that faced with the ambush of an entire Imperial brigade, just these 2 Federation mecha would be able to save their own troops. This feeling instantly disappeared without a trace when Su Lu said his next sentence. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers, somewhat unable to believe their own ears. "Let me introduce myself. I am the technical director of the 17th Division, Su Lu. These 2 are my subordinates. This one comes from the Nutshell Engineering Department." The command center was silent for 2 seconds. Everyone looked at this pale-faced and tired Federation officer who didn't have a shred of outstanding features. They stared at those 2 small eyes in confusion. In their imagination, they placed a large pair of sunglasses on the bridge of this person's nose. Finally, they connected this person in front of them with that famous Federation war hero who often appeared on television. He was that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu. Commander Li Ming was slightly taken aback. Soon after, a bright light shone from his deep eye sockets. His gaze was filled with unconcealable joy. Because of decades of estrangement and war, there was an extremely deep enmity between the government army and Green Dragon Mountain. After 2 days and 1 night of desperate defense, he originally thought that the Federation had already given up on his troops. However, right now, when he saw this young officer in front of him, he suddenly felt as if he had been rescued from a hopeless situation. If this person in front of him really was that rumored Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, then the successor of the military god, Li Pifu, the son-in-law of the Minister of Defense, the boyfriend of the nation's young lady, these wonderful yet chaotic identities, no matter which one was chosen, it was enough to make the Federation Command Center not dare to just watch him die. Commander Li Ming smiled slightly. He thought to himself that since this was the case, then right now the other party was standing together with him, standing in his command center. This naturally meant that the command center would inevitably come to his aid. "Send a special squad out. You have to find the liaison officer for me." Commander Li Ming took a deep breath and said sternly to his subordinates, "We are saved. He doesn't need to become a martyr." Liaison officer? Hearing this rare position in the army, Su Li's pupils shrank. He thought of the brother who had lost contact with him and quickly asked, "Sure, Qinghai is in your troops?" Commander Li Ming was slightly startled and nodded. Through his introduction, Sulu found out that Mr. Schur had come to this Green Dragon Mountain troop from the Westwoods as early as 3 months ago. He was in charge of the coordination work between the troops and the government army. This time, the advance group was surrounded by the Imperial Expeditionary Force, and Schur Qinghai was also trapped. After a day and a night of brutal battle, he left a letter casually saying that he was going to kill a few more Imperial officers to make his death more beautiful. Then, he took a box that never left his body and drifted away into the wind and snow. There's no need to send that squad out. Sulu took a few quick breaths to calm his mind. Thinking of that guy's abilities, he shook his head and said, "Since he's going to kill snipers, no one can find him unless he wants to come back." He turned to look at Commander Li Ming and said, "Believe me, no one in this world knows his abilities better than I do. Comrade Commander, what we need to do now is to repair the command system as soon as possible. Please send out engineering personnel. We need to hurry." Commander Li Ming also didn't expect this second surprise. He frowned and glanced at the large mecha outside the barracks and said, "Where are the parts?" While they were talking, Bai Yulan and Xiong Lingquan had already opened Block 40, one of the mecha's alloy outer armor. The hidden repair arm and fire control firmware had already been emptied, and some of the parts needed to repair the command system had been put in. Looks like the models aren't right. Some aren't parts at all. A certain senior engineer of the Green Dragon Mountain Advance Group had rushed excitedly to the snowy ground and then crouched down to count, but he came to a disappointed conclusion. Commander Li Ming glanced at Su Lu. Some of the models are correct. Of course, these parts aren't enough. Su Lu rested for a moment, and some of the strength in his body recovered. His pale complexion improved slightly, but the hunger in his stomach burned like a flame. "I need all the damaged armored vehicles here, and all the automatic equipment not needed for battle. Also, if there's enough supplies, can you give me a few compressed energy bars?" "No problem." Commander Li Ming heard his strange request and smiled bitterly. At least the headquarters won't be too stingy in the area of food. But this way we can repair the command system. In the corner of the room, beside the pile of equipment that looked like scrap metal, Shang Qiu, who had already finished the initial inspection, stood up, took off the glasses on the bridge of his nose, rubbed between his eyebrows, and said calmly, "There's no problem." The nights in the Arctic glaciers of Planet 5460 were always so long. Between the dark snowy plains and icy peaks, there were still sporadic battles going on. In the distance, there were faint sounds of explosions. However, under such a harsh environment, even the Empire's people, who were filled with suicidal madness, were unwilling to launch a large-scale attack. Behind the headquarters on the high ground, Su Lu and Shang Qiu were nervously and busily carrying out repair work with the assistance of the Green Dragon Mountain Mecha Repair Company soldiers. According to the list they had drawn up, there were many Green Dragon Mountain soldiers. Under the cover of the night, they were drilling into the damaged armored vehicles and self-propelled cannons around the defensive line, continuously dismantling and cutting them. Hundreds of parts that had passed the test and could still work were piled up in a corner. Su Lu and Shang Qiu stood in front of the open command system workbench, continuously communicating in low voices. As the developer, Shang Qiu was responsible for drawing up the blueprints and program plans, while Su Lu, who had been single-handedly trained by Fengyu, was responsible for testing the replacement parts using the simple mechanics spirit of repairing mechas like a television. After watching for a long time, the soldiers of the Green Dragon Mountain Machine Repair Company, who had previously harbored doubts, finally admitted with shock that the brains of this young man and woman were as efficient and precise as a high-performance workbench. Furthermore, their talent in the area of machine repair was even more jaw-dropping. I say, "Brothers, who are these two people?" The captain of the mecha repair company stared somewhat absent-mindedly at that side. He took out a cigarette case and passed it to the two silent fellows beside him. He said in shock, "This boss of yours, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, is one of the developers of the MX Mecha. Everyone knows this. But where did this girl with an explosive figure come from?" Bai Yulan and Xiong Lingquan had been silently guarding beside Su Lu and Shang Qiu with their guns in their arms. After all, they were part of the proper government army. Even if they had done countless dirty and dark missions under the influence of the Federation's propaganda and military culture, their disdain for the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army was difficult to erase. So at this time, when they heard the three words brothers and held between their fingers the number 37 brand cigarettes, they were actually somewhat unaccustomed to it. After pausing for a moment, they leaned over to the captain's lighter to light the cigarettes and took a deep drag. Xiong Lingquan explained, "She is Shang Qiu, the first-level technical supervisor of Nutshell. She is the main developer of the MX Mecha. As for this broken command system, it just so happens that she was the one who designed it." The cigarette between the captain's lips suddenly dropped. He looked over there as if he had seen a ghost and said, "She is Shang Qiu? Our entire company's idol. She's actually so pretty." Chapter 520. Night came early on the icy plains, and the sun naturally came late. Su Lu gobbled down the warm, nutritious meal in large mouthfuls. Beneath his slightly narrowed eyes was a shadow drawn by fatigue. That night, he and Shang Qiu had not slept a wink, anxiously carrying out repair work. Those sporadic gunshots in the dark of the night disturbed him like an irregular drum beat, and so on and so forth. Tired from the mecha battle, his spirit seemed to be even weaker. After hastily filling his stomach, Su Lu casually grabbed a handful of cold snow beside him and wiped his face. He felt that his spirit seemed to have improved a little. Su Lu did not immediately continue his repair work. Instead, he closed his eyes and silently circulated the power in his body, allowing the aching muscle fibers to stretch and expand in order to recover his spirit as soon as possible. Shang Qiu could not hold on any longer. He lay down on the chair to rest, but he did not want to give himself too much time to rest. This ambushed Green Dragon Mountain vanguard could still rely on the electronic binoculars to command the lower-level troops on the snowy plains. However, there was still no news from the 2 battalions on the snowy peaks. If the command system had been repaired a minute earlier, the Green Dragon Mountain troops would have been able to make overall plans, and perhaps a few of the Federation youths would have been able to survive. He heard the steady sound of footsteps behind him. After opening his eyes, he did not turn around. Lowering his head slightly, he said apologetically, "It's not fixed yet, but it can definitely be fixed. Unfortunately, I can't give you time." "That's not what I want to ask," replied Green Dragon Mountain Vanguard Commander Li Ming with a smile. He plopped his butt down onto the snow pile beside Su Lu, panting heavily. Rubbing his wilted hair, he continued, "Actually, before you all arrived, I was already in despair. Of course, as the highest-ranking officer of the troops, I cannot show this kind of despair. Your arrival has given us hope. That is enough. But we must hurry." Su Lu glanced at the dark sun on the snowy plains and said worriedly, "The Empire's people may still be sleeping at this time, but they will definitely launch the fiercest attack during the day." Li Ming understood what he meant. When the Imperial Expeditionary Force saw the 2 Federation mecha barge into the battlefield yesterday, they would naturally think that the Federation's reinforcements would arrive soon after. They would definitely make the best use of the remaining time and do everything possible to finish off this Green Dragon Mountain squad. That's an entire Empire's army. I'm guessing that the most powerful forces of that old General Ambry's army are gathered around this snowfield. Li Ming's gaze pierced through the wind and snow on the battlefield and looked directly at the Empire's position in the distance. He said faintly, "The battle has been going on for 2 days and 2 nights. The fact that we are still alive is actually all thanks to the electromagnetic beam bombs. Their mecha horde didn't dare to charge together. I think it's probably because the enemy's commanding officer didn't want to sacrifice the last of his forces, so he would rather exchange his men's lives for ours. However, we've already used up the last of our ammunition yesterday. Although we've destroyed quite a few of their mechas, we can't solve this most critical problem. Last night, there were only small attacks. I think the Empire is also evaluating our ammunition reserves." Su Lu looked down at the snow beside his military boots and said softly, "Actually, in my heart, I've always had a question." Commander Li Ming coughed twice. His brows furrowed in pain. He covered his mouth and said, "An entire Imperial brigade with 3 times the military strength of us. They have dozens or even hundreds of wolf mechas. Looking at their crazy suicidal drive, they shouldn't be cherishing their feathers. I keep feeling like they're waiting for something, besieging the base to attack the reinforcements." Su Lu shook his head and said, "The Empire's people are already on the verge of death. Their equipment and firepower are several levels lower than ours. It wasn't easy for them to gather such an entire brigade. They also had to borrow the help of the heavens, and extremely good luck to be able to surround you guys. If their appetite is so big that they want to ambush the Federation's reinforcements, then they are really stupid to the extreme. Even if any one of the 3 regiments of our division were to come, the Empire's people definitely wouldn't be able to hold them off. Then how do you explain why the Empire's people on the other side are fighting so badly, but still aren't willing to send in all their combat forces? Like idiots, they're using this kind of tactic to add fuel to the fire." Li Ming stared into his eyes and said faintly, "Because you don't understand the current feelings of the Empire's military officers. They're surrounding us not because they want to attack reinforcements, but because they want to fight with their lives on the line." "Fight with their lives on the line?" Su Lu frowned. After the war at the dividing line between the North and the South, the Empire's main forces collapsed. The Federal Army attacked fiercely to the north. Then, in the past few months, they suddenly slowed down. Our troops are like peeling apples, relying on their overwhelming advantage in equipment, slowly and calmly nibbling away at their living forces. We've also firmly trapped them in the glacier region. The Empire's people have long since known what their final outcome will be. This is a fact that can't be changed at all, unless the millions of Empire's native troops suddenly come through the spatial tunnel on warships." Li Ming laughed mockingly and said, "Of course, this is impossible. That's why they want to fight with their lives on the line. They want to make one last crazy gamble. However, the Federal Army has never been willing to give them a chance to fight with their lives on the line. The great difference in strength between the 2 sides makes it impossible for these remnants of the Empire to seek a quick death. The geomagnetic storm and snowstorm coming together is extremely rare. This is why they've been given the opportunity to seek a quick death. So, not only do they want to eat my regiment, they also want to drag in a Federation regiment. Even if they lose in the end, they don't care. They only want a few more of our soldiers to die." Su Lu looked at the other side of the snowstorm and silently listened to Commander Li Ming's analysis. He really wanted to mock the Empire's people on the other side for being so anxious to die, but a faint chill unexpectedly rose in his heart. The Imperial armies were so cruel and crazy to themselves. If the Federation attacked the Empire's native lands in the future, just how terrifying of an attack would they encounter? As if seeing his current mood, Commander Li Ming disdainfully said, Don't think that the Empire's bastards are too scary. If they were facing the same situation as us, I reckon we'd make the same choice." Su Lu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with this inference. Being in a foreign country where death was certain, with countless enemies with absolute superiority in equipment in front of him, and only the vast space and the long and unpredictable journey back home, without a warship, this was a feeling of despair. If it were him, he would probably have the same reaction. In space 742,331 meters above the ground, a fleet of 11 light feather-class warships floated in the spacious space without gravity. In the large-scale universe background, the fleet that should have been majestic appeared somewhat lonely and desolate. In the strategic planning of the Federation, the current priority of the Federal Fleet was to prevent the Empire's fleet from coming out from the Barren Star region to provide support to the 3 fallen star systems. Although these Empire's fleet that came from afar had outdated technology and had gone through 6 to 7 years of dangerous interstellar travel, they were no match for the Federal Fleet. However, in order to perfectly end the military operation, the Federation still paid enough attention to them. Even the Second Fleet, that was originally stationed in the Gary Corridor, was moved to the edge of the West Woods star region. Therefore, most of the warships that had ambushed the Empire's fleet in the 3 fallen star systems were also moved away. In the Gray and Silver Federation command ship, the deputy commander of the Federation's first military region, Lieutenant General Yi Changtian, who had just arrived from the 163 star system to command the final battle of 5,460, coldly looked at the brightly colored planet below the porthole. After a moment of silence, he turned around and said, "All troops participating in the battle above latitude 40, stop the rotation and gather immediately. Move closer to the geomagnetic storm area." This was a spacious battle command hall. After the dozens of Federation staff officers heard the order, they were slightly stunned, but they immediately responded in a deep voice. "That old bastard, Umbori, wants to risk his life. I don't want to give him the chance to risk his life." Commander Yi lowered his eyes slightly and continued, "Tell Du Xiaoqing and Yu Chenghai that their 2 divisions are the closest to the storm area. Don't be too slow and don't be too gentle. Smash your fists together. Don't even scratch off a piece of skin." "Understood." The staff officer beside him quickly made a record. Looking at the data on the mini-work light screen, he hesitantly reminded, according to the calculation of the charter computer, the geomagnetic storm will last for about 10 to 15 days. What does the geomagnetic storm have to do with war? Commander Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the young officers in the command hall. "Back then, we encountered a volcanic eruption on the Empire's K2 planet. The ionosphere changed, but we still had to fight. Could it be that the current troops have become useless dolls without the charter computer as a nanny? If that's the case, what will happen if we attack the Empire in the future?" This respected general showed a displeased expression and asked, "Or do you think that the Empire's people will be tolerant enough to let us build the charter computer network in their home planet bit by bit?" The officers lowered their heads and quickly walked to their own workstations. Through the charter computer, they began to make tactical deductions. At the same time, they sent the commander's order to all the troops of the Federation on the planet's surface. "We just received a report from the 17th Division. Their 1st Regiment set off 2 days ago and entered the geomagnetic storm area 2 hours ago. We lost contact with them. The situation is unknown." An officer walked over with an anxious expression and reported in a low voice, "Very good. Yu Chenghai's troops, indeed, have some of the old 17th Division. If they still wait for orders from the headquarters at this time, then they are really stupid to the extreme. But this time, the performance of the Iron 7th Division has disappointed me." Commander Yi turned around with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at the planet under his feet. He stared at the dazzling white at the northern end of the planet and said nothing. It was as if he was not worried at all about the trapped Green Dragon mountain troops and the 17th Division's 1st Regiment that had disappeared without a trace. As for Su Lu, who was the first to go to support them, it did not make his expression change in the slightest. The old general of the Empire on the ground tried to use the power of nature to seek a heroic ending. However, for this old general of the Federation, wasn't this also an excellent opportunity to enter the Empire's mainland for a training exercise? The command hall was silent. Only the faint sound of electric current and the sound of fingers rubbing against the hologram rang out. No one noticed that in the corner of the giant hologram, the Federal Central Computer had been rapidly calculating the changes in the planet's climate. It was not only calculating how long the geomagnetic storm and snowstorm would last, but it seemed to be analyzing why such a problem would occur on this planet. Chapter 521. The biting cold wind blew in through the gap in the fiberglass door. It circled around the liquid hydrogen stove a few times in vain before lazily warming up and dispersing into the warm air. Zhou Yu lowered his head and sat on the chair. He stared at his slightly peeling fingers in silence. His expression was gloomy and stiff. He was disturbed by the annoying cold and warm air. He subconsciously raised his head and looked out through the gap in the door. He realized that the snowstorm that had started to ease 4 days ago had completely disappeared in today's warm weather. He was a top student at the 1st Military Academy. During the graduation drill, he successfully played the role of the brain of the military students. It was also because of his outstanding performance that he became a rare talent that Du Xiaoqing cherished. At the beginning of the year, he was forcibly transferred to the Iron 7th Division. To be able to receive the appreciation and love of the Federation's famous General Du Xiaoqing, and to be able to enter the most prestigious Iron 7th Division in the Federation, Zhou Yu saw a bright future ahead of him. However, he was not as happy as others thought. He was from the West Woods. He was a student sponsored by the Xiu Shu Foundation. He had a close relationship with Su Lu. In the eyes of the West Woods people, Commander Zhong, who was like an emperor, had a deep grudge with Commander Xiaoqing. Even Mo Cho did not want to see him forcibly taken away by some faction in the military. More importantly, Su Lu and the new 17th Division he was currently in, due to certain historical and current reasons, had always been at odds with Du Xiaoqing's Iron 7th Division. His classmates and officers at the training base, the men he was familiar with in Iron 7th Division, and most of the people Zhou Yu was familiar with had all entered the new 17th Division. However, he was the only one who had entered the Iron 7th Division. Although it could not be said that he was at a loss for no reason, he was still unhappy and could not be at ease. This mood fermented because of the recent incident. It made him, who was usually as gentle as jade, feel a trace of uncontrollable depression and anger. He was silent for a very long time. When he saw the white blisters between his fingers and the white snow outside the door, his eyes hurt. The annoyance on his face gradually disappeared. He stood up abruptly and walked through the short snow tunnel. He quickly walked into the room where the regiment headquarters was. Dongfang Pei, the leader of the 1st Regiment of the Iron 7th Division, was sitting on a leather chair with a cup of coffee in his hand. He was resting with his eyes closed. He looked very relaxed. When he was in S1, Commander Du Xiaoqing was used to wearing a pair of sheepskin black gloves. As the saying goes, subordinates follow the example of their superiors. The senior officers under him had also been infected with this style, not to mention that this was 5,460. The forest at the edge of the glacier was full of wild beasts without the protection of electronic walls. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, he thought to himself, even if this superior of mine were to wear 100 pairs of sunglasses, he would only ever be able to learn a little from teacher Xiaoqing. After a short pause, he asked in a deep voice, I really want to know what you are thinking. Do you know that on the snowy plains less than 400 kilometers away from you, there are thousands of Federation soldiers being ambushed by the Empire? Dongfang Pei opened his eyes, looked at him, and said indifferently, the ones being ambushed are the bastards from Green Dragon Mountain. I don't think of them as comrades. Commander Dongfang, I want to ask you to pay attention that they are now designated as the first special army of the Federation. If you don't want this kind of statement to be known by the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense, I advise you to correct your relationship with them and not posture with your coffee. Zhou, you said bluntly. I also want to ask you to correct your relationship with them. Dongfang Pei's expression changed slightly. He stood up and pointed at Zhou Yu's nose and said, I am your commander. What kind of attitude is this? If you don't want to force me to punish you with military law, I advise you to take back what you just said. The officers of the Iron 7th Division all knew that their commander appreciated Zhou Yu very much. For some reason, Dongfang Pei was very dissatisfied with the fact that the division sent Zhou Yu to the 1st Regiment to train. Now that he heard Zhou Yu criticize him, his anger surged. I apologize, Commander Dongfang, Zhou Yu said calmly. He stared at Dongfang Pei with an unyielding persistence in his calm gaze. But I don't think it's the style of the Iron 7th Division to leave people in the lurch. The army is first and foremost a disciplined army. Without receiving orders, I am responsible for the 1st Regiment. Dongfang Pei stared at him and reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. What exactly are you thinking in that head of yours? Discipline is not mechanical, and it is not cold-blooded. When you need to shorten the reaction time the most, the frontline commander is stubbornly waiting for remote orders from a few people outside of the sequence. I never knew that war was fought like this. I am very suspicious of your true purpose for doing this. Dongfang Pei's eyes gradually became vicious. He walked in front of Zhou Yu and said coldly, Then what do you think my true purpose is? I suspect that you are deliberately carrying out an inhumane murder, Zhou Yu said calmly. 4 days ago, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu sent out a request for reinforcements. You ignored it and forcibly delayed the transmission of the situation. Why is that? Do you want to use the hands of the Empire to kill the people of Green Dragon Mountain, or do you want Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu to die there as well? I'm warning you, you are making a very serious criminal charge against a lieutenant colonel. Dongfang Pei was silent for a moment. Then he said with a cold expression, Yes, I do look down on this Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who used to be a mercenary, because as a member of the disciplined army, I hate this kind of bullshit performance of fearless and brainless heroism. But murder him? Do I need to do this? You should be asking why you are doing this. Zhou Yu raised his head and looked directly into his eyes. He said, In my opinion, it is because the 3 Chong brothers were originally officers of the 1st Regiment. Also because of the graduation Japanese war show, the conflict between Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu and the division commander. How could you not want him to die? Don't forget that you are now an officer of the Iron 7th Division. You should know where you should sit. Dongfang Pei's eyes became colder and colder. He said slowly, And you underestimate me too much. We, the Iron 7th Division, have never had the habit of shooting our comrades in the back on the battlefield. I just want to ask, are you going to save him or not? Zhou, you felt a sense of danger from the other party. Dongfang Pei was the highest officer in the army, although he was an officer personally sent by Du Xiaoqing. If the other party really wanted to use military law to punish him, there was nothing he could do. However, when he thought of the battlefield hundreds of kilometers away without any news, he had to ask this question clearly. I am not a reckless man. Dongfang Pei's eyelids drooped slightly. He said, someone put him in solitary confinement for 10 days. At this moment, the signaler quickly walked over and said in a nervous tone, the division commander is calling. At the headquarters of the Iron 7th Division, Shimin Jin stood quietly in the corner with a towel. He watched the division commander hang up the phone with a gloomy face. He thought of the military order he had just received from the headquarters of the Federation. His heart couldn't help but sink. He walked forward and handed the hot towel to Du Xiaoqing. Du Xiaoqing picked up the hot towel and rubbed his numb face. After recovering some of his energy, he sat back in the chair again. He stared at the data electronic map on the hologram in front of him and continued the tactical deduction that had been interrupted earlier. 10 years ago, he asked to be transferred to the 7th Armored Division of the 2nd Military Region of the Federation. Since then, this division had won countless military exercises and won the respect and admiration of countless people. However, this division had never had the chance to show its real victory on the battlefield in exchange for real meritorious service. He was also forcefully suppressed by a big shot who had crossed both the military and the government for 10 years. 10 years later, he finally came to the real front line. He and his division indeed didn't disappoint the entire Federation. From the first successful military action in the Yellow Mountain Ridge, they turned into a fierce northern expedition and defeated the main forces of the Empire. Until now, they had chased the remnants of the Empire into the ice and snow region, where they couldn't find the slightest opportunity to escape. After countless beautiful and tragic battles, the Iron 7th Division had perfectly achieved its strategic mission without any flaws. Many people had the same evaluation of Du Xiaoqing. His thinking was as meticulous as a monster and as cold and serious as a cedar. From President Pabre to the federal military to tens of billions of ordinary citizens, they all regarded him as the most famous commander of the Federation's Mesozoic generation. They all thought that he was very likely to be the successor of the military god. However, no success in the universe was accidental. Outsiders only saw the cold and confident appearance of this commander Du Xiaoqing, and his exquisite command that seemed to come by chance. Only the most loyal subordinate officers around him knew that their commander would spend a lot of time on tactical deduction and pre-battle preparation in the face of a battle, no matter how big or small it was. It was definitely not an exaggeration to say that their commander exhausted himself. He Lei's 1st Regiment set off to the northeast 3 days ago. The 2nd Regiment and the 3rd Regiment also passed through Dongfang Pei's position last night. They are already ahead of us. Shimin Jin first reported the current situation, and then explained tentatively. Dongfang Pei was the first to find out about this news, and had already informed the division headquarters, but at that time you were sleeping. Du Xiaoqing lowered his head and looked at the electronic map. The pen in his hand occasionally wrote some symbols on the map that only he could understand. After hearing Shimin Jin's words, he raised his right hand and waved it. Shimin Jin sighed in his heart. He knew that his commander was already extremely angry with Dongfang Pei at this time, but he and Dongfang Pei had been his commander's personal soldiers since 10 years ago, and their relationship was very close. At this time, he had to explain a little and hope that it could ease his commander's anger. After a few minutes, Du Xiaoqing finally finished the work at hand. He rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, but still maintained a sitting posture and refused to lean back on the chair. Discipline is the most important thing in the army. Even if the 17th Division beat us to it this time, I will not be angry because of this. Du Xiaoqing said with a gloomy expression, but he actually had the guts to suppress the news that Su Lu had asked for help. This is unforgivable, Shimin Jin said with some difficulty. Commander, I believe that Dongfang Pei is not so stupid. Is that so? Du Xiaoqing's rhetorical question seemed to be very oppressive at this moment. He stared into Shimin Jin's eyes and said self-deprecatingly, or he wants to use his own stupidity to get rid of a future opponent for me? When did I become so low in your eyes that I could be threatened by Su Lu? More importantly, haven't I taught you that on the battlefield, the most intolerable thing is to have other thoughts in your mind other than winning or losing? Du Xiaoqing scolded coldly, and you can't have selfish thoughts. Chapter 522. After this battle, I will recommend to the Ministry of National Defense to suspend Dongfang Pei's authority, said Du Xiaoqing expressionlessly. You don't need to plead for him. Shimin Jin did not plead for Dongfang Pei because she knew very well what kind of persevering and cold temperament the teacher she was determined to follow had. Once he made a decision, unless a higher-ranked general directly used military orders to suppress him, he would not make any changes. Understood. Shimin Jin cleanly changed the topic. According to the calculations, it will be very difficult for the Green Dragon Mountain Vanguard to survive these few days in the geomagnetic storm zone. Even if all 3 regiments of the 17th Division arrive, it will probably be too late. After all, the weather conditions there are too harsh, and the Empire has gathered all the remnants of their forces, so the difference in strength is too great. War is fought by people, but we definitely cannot ignore the use of equipment, Du Xiaoqing said in a low voice. Whether or not the Empire's remaining forces have enough ammunition to sustain continuous high-intensity attacks is itself a problem. If Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu can fix the command system of the Green Dragon Mountain Division, they might be able to hold on. The question and answer between the two of them was very much like a conversation between a teacher and a student in a military academy. In reality, in Du Xiaoqing's military experience, he had never been stingy with his subordinates' command standards. Shimin Jin listened intently to her teacher's analysis, but her mood was different from previous years, and a trace of doubt grew in her indifference. The battle philosophy of the federal forces had always been vaguely divided into 2 types. One was heavy equipment, and the other was heavy command and daily training. The graduation demonstration the Ministry of National Defense had held at the training base was to show the senior officers of the Army what kind of changes the revolutionary MX Mecha would bring to this battle. However, the results did not seem to be obvious. In this kind of disagreement, Du Xiaoqing was undoubtedly the spokesperson of the latter, but now it seemed that he had made some kind of change himself. He had deployed the new MX Mecha in large numbers in Iron 7 Division, creating all the conditions in battle to unleash the super attack power of the MX Mecha group. This kind of change in command philosophy was obvious in those words earlier. Follow the rules. Dongfang Pei did not do anything wrong. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Du Xiaoqing lowered his head to look at the electronic map and said indifferently, but since we didn't move at the beginning, we shouldn't move too quickly. The 17th Division was 1 step ahead of us. We don't need to fight for this kind of credit. Understood. Shimin Jin nodded. Then his expression slightly congealed and said in a low voice, I received a message from S1. I might have to go back in the near future. Du Xiaoqing's hand that was holding the recorder paused for a moment. He was silent for a moment, but he did not say anything. He continued his tactical deduction work, as if he had given his silent consent. Shimin Jin faintly smiled, then saluted to him behind the table, then turned around and walked out of the room. Du Xiaoqing raised his head and looked at the empty doorway. His thoughts drifted somewhere. His eyes, which were usually as cold as the sea of ice, showed a rare trace of doubt and sadness of introspection. Just like Shimin Jin and Dongfang Pei, who were determined to follow him, Xiaoqing also had someone he admired in the Federation. At this time, he did not know why Shimin Jin had returned to the capital ring, because it was that person's idea. He did not want to ask. He only had a vague feeling that something bad was happening, but he had acquiesced to this kind of thing happening at certain times. Not expressing one's opinion was the truest opinion. Du Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw the shadow in the depths of his heart, and a trace of extremely complicated emotions appeared. His right hand subconsciously exerted force, and with a crack, he broke the recorder. Black electrolyte sputtered out and fell on the electronic map, smearing a large stain on the blizzard area in the northeast direction. In the battle area in the snowfield and glacier, there was still a violent snowstorm. In the deep belly of the battlefield, on a snow hill near the front line of the Empire, the snow was almost as hard as ice due to the blowing of the wind. In the vision polluted by the dazzling snowflakes, there was nothing strange. There was only a black, gravel-like thing floating in front of the snow hill. It seemed to have been swept here by a foreign wind and had no choice but to move here. Only when one got close to the black, gravel-like thing could one roughly see that under the disguise of the stone was a high-definition scope probe specially made by the Federation. However, the Imperial Expeditionary Force, who had already been exhausted and were only holding on with their crazy spirit, would not carefully search the front line of their position in the blizzard. In their opinion, the surrounded Federal forces were even more dying than them. There was no way that they could get close to their barracks. Under the black, gravel-like thing was a thin white line. The material of the white line was ultra-low temperature, resistant wire. In such a cold air, it could still maintain a sufficient curvature. The white line extended all the way to the bottom of the thick snow until it was several meters underground. In the snow cave deep underground, it was dark. The light from the sky struggled to leak in, but it could not illuminate the true color of the surrounding snow walls. The space in the snow cave was very small. Shi Qinghai, who was wearing an extremely thick winter suit, closed his eyes and curled up his body like a shrimp resting. He was holding the ACW great gun with a metallic luster in his arms, but at this time he did not pay attention to the data transmitted to the light screen by the white line. He was like a hibernating bear, and no one knew when he would wake up. He had been hiding in this snow hill for 2 days. The water vapor on his chin had all condensed into ice strands, which looked a little funny. In fact, if it were not for the winter suit automatically heating his urine and circulating it around his body, his whole body would have been frozen into an ice pillar. Shi Qinghai woke up at some point. He opened his eyes and glanced at the light screen, then immediately closed his eyes again to save his physical strength and energy and to ensure that his body temperature did not drop too much. He had been staring at the periphery of this military camp for a long time, but he had not found any worthy targets. It really made him feel a little bored. 2 days ago, at the periphery of the war zone, he had quietly killed 3 low-level Imperial officers. However, he always felt that if he continued to do this, it would not be satisfying. The members of the Trinity Society were armed with the fiercest guns in the universe. They were characters who had even assassinated Macklin. If they were to simply snipe some stupid low-level officers of the Empire, they would be buried in this snowstorm. This kind of death was really not worth it. It was not very spectacular and did not have any sense of beauty. Therefore, he began to move toward the interior of the Empire. Between the crisscrossing bullets above his head, under the eyes of countless people, he moved forward and forward. He despised the god of death and the people of the Empire, and quietly arrived at this snow hill. It was hard to imagine how Shi Qinghai had managed to sneak through this 9-kilometer journey, and how he had not been discovered by anyone. It was incredible that he was so fierce. In the snow cave, he suddenly opened his eyes again. He furrowed his beautiful eyebrows and cursed silently. He took out a bottle of spray from the equipment bag next to him and carefully sprayed it around the snow cave. The ultra-low temperature of the liquid nitrogen instantly made the snow wall that was showing signs of softening suddenly firm up. He had done this many times before, so that he could carefully maintain the appearance of this snow hill without any changes. However, there was one thing that made the fearless Mr. Shi extremely angry. He had searched the regiment headquarters of the advance force for half a night, but he still could not find a camouflaged targeting probe suitable for snow. After finishing the routine work, the surrounding temperature became even colder. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and glanced at his watch. He found that it was already early in the morning, so he forced himself to wake up and stop sleeping. The watch on his wrist looked like a federal military standard, but in fact, it was a modified product sent by Su Lu. There were many practical small tools on it. Every time he looked at his watch in the snow cave, Shi Qinghai would think of his brother, who was as stubborn and stupid as a rock most of the time. He thought silently that it might be difficult to see him again. But more often than not, Shi Qinghai was thinking about other things. He quietly looked at the hologram that popped up on his wristwatch. He looked at the beautiful woman in red and the cute little guy in the woman's arms. A trace of satisfaction flashed across his handsome face. More than 20 uncamouflaged MX mechas were mixed in with even more snow armors. Countless engine roars of different tones mixed together and shook the snow off the surface of the mechas. This troop made of steel didn't care about whether or not their whereabouts would be exposed. They were so silent and open that they even seemed arrogant as they moved forward happily in the snow. It was just that they strangely maintained a uniform speed and didn't show the anxiety that such a combat posture would show. In the Federation's 17th Division 1st Regiment, their regiment commander, Lieutenant Colonel Hele, was very anxious at this time. He sat in the command electronic control vehicle and scolded with a dark face an entire regiment, circling around in the snow for 2 days, and in the end actually circled back to the starting point. What use do I have for you guys? The geomagnetic storm in this area is too strong. Long-wave communication is completely cut off, and that side filter signal hasn't reappeared, the commander of the electronic control company explained with a gloomy expression. What's the use of explaining to me? We secretly came out to provide support, or rather, we disobeyed military orders to come here. If we can't find that ambushed Green Dragon Mountain troop, we will become the biggest joke. Hele didn't know that the command center had already decided to provide support to Green Dragon Mountain's vanguard. Thinking about his current situation and what could happen on the battlefield, he roared furiously. To put it bluntly, I don't care about the lives of those monkeys from Green Dragon Mountain, but if we are late and cause the instructor to die before I take out my gun and commit suicide, I will definitely kill all of you first. The tracked armored vehicle undulated slightly on the snowy ground. The atmosphere in the vehicle was very stifling. The electronic control soldiers in the 1st Regiment were very gloomy. Facing this kind of tyranny of nature, it was easy for humans to appear helpless. In reality, they didn't believe that the technical director Su Li's 2 mechas would be able to find the trapped troops from Green Dragon Mountain in this snowy region unless they were lucky. After venting his anger, Hele immediately regained his calm. As an officer that the Federation focused on nurturing, his brain spun quickly for a moment, and he thought of something. Returning to the starting point isn't a bad idea. Only idiots like us would use the most advanced electronic positioning at this time. The instructor entered the geomagnetic storm area from here. Gu Shifeng said that the side filter could be located. Pass down my orders, he lay roared. Spread out in a straight line. Maintain a distance of 20 kilometers between the two sides. Move forward at the highest speed. The mecha groups can leave the main unit and spread out in a fan shape. Keep an eye on the sun in the sky and the moon in the night. Just shoot. Whoever is lucky enough to hear the first gunshot, I will give him the first award. Direction, north of northeast. Chapter 523. Done. Shangqiu looked at the diagram on the screen of the workbench, and a smile appeared on her haggard face. She had not slept for almost 30 hours, causing her body to be extremely tired. However, at this moment, her spirit seemed to have returned to her body, causing her voice to be clear and bright. Hearing her voice, the people in the barracks burst into cheers. Everyone who was busy repairing the command system all clenched their fists tightly, a heavy sense of accomplishment growing in their hearts. Su Lu hung the string of tools back onto his belt, allowing these metal tools to hit his, but like wind chimes. He smiled and said, changing to the shortwave receiver, I didn't think that it would cough, actually work. The violent coughing made him bend over, and even using his fist to cover his mouth, was unable to stop it. Instead, it made the coughing sound as unpleasant as muffled drums. Bai Yulan looked at him worriedly, passing over the water cup and pills in her hand. Sulu lowered his head and looked at the light blue pills in his palm. He could not help but shake his head. Ever since he had followed Uncle Feng Yu and learned those 10 strange postures and developed that strange power in his body, how long had it been since he had gotten sick? Who would have thought that once the virus attacked his body, the reaction would be so severe? After drinking the pills, he coughed as he said, the debugging work still needs to continue. The geomagnetic storm is too strong now. I don't know if this kind of messy equipment will have enough power to cover the radius. The most important thing is cough. It has already been a few days. The 2 camps at the snowy peaks may not have been fully connected long ago, so the scanning here will take a little longer. In this short sentence, he was interrupted by coughing several times. Shangqiu asked worriedly, can you still hold on? Everyone in the room looked at Su Lu silently and worriedly. Everyone knew that he had not slept for a few days, and in the intervals between the repair work, he even had to separately operate the mecha with Bai Yulan and Xiong Lingquan to block the increasingly crazy attacks of the Empire people. With such high intensity and even terrifying energy consumption, even a man made of iron would probably fall to the ground. I'm okay. Sula gave a simple reply. Shortly after, he coughed painfully as he arched his body. His face was completely red, but his eyes were filled with worry. He was not worried about his own body, but rather, he was worried about the current situation of the battle. The attacks of the people of the Empire were becoming more and more frenzied. No one knew how long the Green Dragon Mountain Regiment headquarters could hold on for. Hurried orders, curses, and the hoarse voice of the staff officers transmitting information could be heard from the command room on the side. The battle had always been in an intense state, and the situation was abnormally tense. In the early morning, the Empire had sent out a suicide squad. Relying on their somewhat shabby equipment, they had actually broken through the Federation's second line of defense. The 500 soldiers of the Green Dragon Mountain's vanguard had been forced to retreat extremely deeply. They had no choice but to give up the best flat-shooting, snowy plains to the enemy. Under such circumstances, as long as the remaining Imperial Expeditionary Force gathered another 2,000 people, and launched a group charge with the help of the remaining mechas. The final high ground of Green Dragon Mountain would be extremely dangerous. But strangely, some sort of disagreement seemed to have occurred among the higher command levels of the Imperial armies. Perhaps it was because of the situation that Commander Li Ming had predicted that day, or perhaps it was because of some unexpected incident. But after dawn, the attacks of the Empire had slowed down. If we can contact those 2 battalions, immediately mark out their positions, and gather on the battlefield according to Plan 387 drawn up before the battle. Move closer to the direction of 535. 112. 2. The execution time is tentatively set at 10 o'clock at night. Commander Li Ming, whose face was full of stubble, had just received the good news that the command system was about to be fixed. His spirits were lifted slightly. On one hand, he was analyzing the possible tactics that the Imperial armies could use, while on the other hand, he was preparing for the gathering of the entire army. Commander, an Empire mecha has come alone, requesting for a mecha duel. A staff officer walked into the room with a strange expression and reported to Li Ming. Li Ming's eyebrows rose. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had heard of this before. Back in the days on the Empire's mainland, when the 2 armies were locked in a battle to the death, there had indeed been such an ancient mecha duel. However, the current situation was that the Empire had the absolute advantage. The other party actually dared to arrogantly or stupidly request a mecha duel. What was wrong with them? Are you sure it's just one mecha and not a mixed mecha team attack like the previous few times? He frowned and confirmed. In the past few days, the Empire, who had been somewhat anxious, had finally thrown their mecha into a frontal attack. Their side, who had already used up all of their electromagnetic bombs, was having a difficult time. If it weren't for the 2 white MXs from the 17th Division, their position would have been broken long ago. The Empire can't bear to lose too many people, so they want to suppress our morale. The deputy commander guessed hesitantly. Or they still can't be sure whether we still have electromagnetic bombs, so they're afraid that we'll trick them, so they sent an Empire mecha to its death. Using a naked young girl to look at us. Are we all becoming eunuchs? Li Ming lowered his gaze slightly and said, "Let the mecha infantry company prepare to carry the rocket launchers. If that mecha really wants to charge over, I'll go. If the Empire finds out that we haven't used the electromagnetic bombs yet, they'll definitely understand." Su Lu lifted the curtain and walked over. His face was unhealthily pale. The mecha outside the camp isn't a remnant of the Moonwolf group. It should be a member of General N's personal mecha squad. Bai Yulan lowered her head slightly and silently looked at the tips of her feet. Everyone in the regiment knew that Su Lu had used up too much energy, and his body was very weak. Logically speaking, he should have taken the initiative to fight, but he knew that his hands in his pockets had been trembling ever since the end of the last battle. After the arduous, continuous battle, they were lucky not to have suffered any serious injuries, but their bodies were already on the verge of collapse. Li Ming's expression became serious. He was about to say something, but found that Su Lu had already brought Bai Yulan back to the room next door. Then, the low, rumbling sound of the mecha and the static sound of the self-check came from the other side. He couldn't help but shake his head and sit back in his chair. He began to silently bless the person who was about to fight in a way that didn't conform to his ideals. Don't just stand there. Debug and scan at the same time. Don't interrupt. Su Lu said to the people from Green Dragon Mountain as he climbed up the mecha. They all had complicated looks in their eyes. The simple act of climbing seemed so difficult at this moment. Su Li's expression was as silent and calm as usual. He didn't know how long he could last, but he knew that this time it wouldn't be a problem. He didn't want to die like this in the cold winter. He really wanted to know if Shi Qinghai was safe. However, the battle was intense and tense. He didn't have time to look for that guy, nor did he have time to feel sorry for himself. He could only repeat the monotonous process of climbing. A black and green mecha from the Empire stood solemnly in the middle of the snowy field. This snowy field was extremely wide. It was in the middle of the battle between the Federation and the Empire. There was no clear light shining down, only the wind and snow blowing gently. It was like a jade jewel with a sword in hand. The sporadic gunshots in the surroundings had already stopped. The soldiers from both sides were lying on the snowy ground, nervously watching the scene in front of them. Their hearts were filled with nervousness, excitement, and uneasiness. They almost couldn't feel the cold of the snow. The officers from both sides also walked out of their respective camps, silently watching this rare mecha battle through the screen. The MXD slowly walked out of the high ground where the Green Dragon Mountain troops were located. It then gradually accelerated towards the center of the snowy field. The rhythmic sound of the engine penetrated the wind and snow, entering everyone's ears. The soldiers from the mecha repair company who had worked together with Su Lu for a long time finally couldn't help but rush out of the barracks. They stood in a row, nervously looking into the distance. The originally snowy white mecha had already become tattered after days of arduous battles. Especially the alloy plates on the surface of the mecha, they had been dyed gray and black by the intense gunfire of the Empire people. They actually looked somewhat ugly. I am the Empire's level 4 mecha warrior, Qiao Jia. The black and green mecha proudly and calmly stood in its original position, unmoving. The mecha's external loudspeaker system transmitted the powerful and oppressive voice of the pilot in the cockpit. The ugly MXD didn't reply, only silently increasing its speed. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers could no longer hear the engine humming that they trusted so much. They could only see a line of snow extending. The front end of the line of snow crashed heavily into the black and green mecha, and then the black and green mecha flew up. And then there was no more and then. In the world of the snowstorm, no one could hear the loud sound of metal colliding. They could only see a scene like a silent drama in front of their eyes. Everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to recover for a long time. Not long after, the white MXD returned to the camp. The cockpit opened, and Su Lu climbed down. He walked to Shang Qiu's side, rubbed his sore brows, and said, "Continue debugging." Shang Qiu smiled and began to check the data. In fact, she hadn't even left the chair just now. Xiong Linquan hugged a heavy gun and leaned against the wall. Looking at Boss, who had returned to work, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Bai Yulan slowly climbed onto the mecha. Her hands were trembling because of exhaustion, and she began to do post-battle maintenance. After a while, her willowy eyebrows suddenly twitched. She stopped what she was doing and leaned against the alloy plates outside the engine compartment. She lit a 37 brand cigarette and began to smoke happily. Silence passed, silence returned. The Imperial mecha was buried in the sea of snow. The MXD mecha's engine was only slightly warm, not burning at all. The three of them were the very few people who hadn't left the room earlier. This was because they had a kind of absolute, even blind confidence in Su Lu. However, although the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers had seen Su Lu operate mecha in battle before, they were still so excited by this scene that they found it hard to control themselves. Looking at the back of that extremely ordinary figure in front of the control panel, their emotions were complicated to the extreme. In the snowstorm outside the room, that Imperial Wolf mecha lay silently in the snow. The spark of liquid oil ignited by the electric sparks was instantly suppressed by the snowstorm. No one could have predicted that, at this moment, another thing would happen. Chapter 524. The Empire's wolf mech lay on the snowfield like a frozen giant corpse. A moment later, 1/3 of it was covered by the wind and snow. It looked miserable. This was the Imperial Expeditionary Force's most advanced mech. The pilot inside was the most powerful level 4 mech warrior in the Imperial armies. However, he had been defeated so thoroughly. However, the senior officers of the Empire who had been silently watching the battle did not show any signs of relief or fear because of this scene. Through these few days of battle, they had preliminarily confirmed the identity of the pilot in the Federation's white mech. Today's challenge was just a final confirmation to unify the thinking of the Army Command. The Norman officer's light blue eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. In a cold voice, he said, "Everyone, I don't care which army you were in the past. Don't forget, your army is gone. Now, I am in command of this battle. This may be our last battle, so I hope you can listen to my command." As the most trusted subordinate of the Imperial Expeditionary Forces commander, Lieutenant General Ambly, the Norman officer had taken over the command of the army. He did not turn around. Using his blue eyes, he looked at the Federation's position in the distance. He said softly, "I think you should understand now that the Federation forces have used up all their electromagnetic beam bombs. They are not deliberately luring our mech warriors to charge." An Imperial colonel behind him frowned and said, "The mech has charged a few times. They did not use any electromagnetic beam bombs. But what's the difference between this and today? How can you be sure?" "Because that pilot is called Sulu. The General Staff Department has done the calculations. In 3 days, he has fought 12 times consecutively. No matter how good he is, he should not be able to hold on much longer. If the Federation's commander had other methods, he would definitely not dare to risk letting him fight again. The style of a mech battle can determine the current physical condition of the pilot. Don't you think his performance today was too fierce and anxious? As for why the Federation's commander should not let the Federation pilot take the risk, if you had watched more of the Federation's television programs, perhaps you would have understood better." The Norman officer recalled the scene when the old general had asked him to learn the language of the Federation. He could not help but have a slight expression on his face. He wondered if the old general had recovered after returning to the base below the glacier, and if he had woken up from his coma. If it wasn't for the fact that General Umbry was unconscious and unable to command, this ambush wouldn't have been so difficult. Norman thought gloomily. His blue eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness as he said, "Follow the original plan." The 1st temporarily reorganized brigade of the Snowfield would launch its attack at 12 o'clock that evening. 2nd temporary reorganized brigade in reserve. The word stopped there. This outstanding young officer of the Empire had long given up on the idea of returning to his hometown. He only wanted to command a beautiful ambush battle and die in the snow border. Unfortunately, a bullet flew from the sky and hit him, stopping his beautiful plan. With a muffled bang, a streak of blood spurted out from his eye socket, shattering the deep blue pupils into pieces that merged with the white clouds. Almost at the same time, an even larger streak of blood spurted out from the back of his head. The Norman officer, who was missing a large chunk of his head, fell heavily into the snow. He did not even struggle or twitch. He died, just like that. The soldiers in front of the barracks of the Imperial Expeditionary Force stared with wide eyes. It took a moment for them to come to their senses. Cries of alarm and anger rose and fell one after another. They began to angrily search for the Federation snipers around the camp. On a snow hill 3 kilometers away, the surface of the snow trembled slightly. A high-speed sniper bullet that could not be seen with the naked eye flew out from the soft snow and killed an Imperial high-ranking officer. The black gravel on the snow silently sank like a supernatural event. The storm rolled the snow around on the ground. In an instant, all traces were buried, leaving behind only a vast expanse of white. It was truly clean. In the underground snow cave, Shi Qinghai wiped the ice from his beard. He panted slightly as he closed the ballistic calculation program. Then, he hugged the cold ACW rifle and began to rest again. He was not worried that the Empire would be able to calculate his position through the trajectory and find him to begin a vicious pursuit. The ACW was the federal military's most powerful single-soldier long-range weapon. Because it was extremely expensive, only 3 of them had been produced. They had never been assigned to the frontline troops. The Empire would never have imagined that this planet actually had a sniper rifle that could accurately blow up a person's head from 3 kilometers away. Therefore, it was very difficult for their search range to extend to his hiding place. He did not use tungsten alloy tail fins, nor did he use the magnetic resonance killing effect. He also did not use the high-velocity composite armor-piercing hard ink bullets that could penetrate a mech's alloy shield at short range. Shi Qinghai only used the most common standard sniper bullet of the ACW to complete this difficult, silent, and tedious, yet earth-shattering mission of hiding for several days. In order to satisfy his obsession of dying a beautiful death, he hid in the snow cave until he did not know the sun. Only when he saw the icy tears flowing out of his eyes did he finally find the opportunity to choose the Imperial officer, who was clearly an important character and who stood proudly at the very front. It was a pity that pair of mesmerizing blue eyes. In the gloomy snow cave, Shi Qinghai relaxed and closed his eyes. Because of his thinness, the corners of his lips were deeply sunken. Gradually, a trace of a proud smile appeared. It was extremely enchanting. The Federation did not have any information on the electromagnetic beam bomb. Because of the wrong judgment of the Norman officer, they came to a similar conclusion. Because of this point, the Empire's attack did not stop because of the sudden death of the highest commander. They did not even appear to be panicking. More than 5,000 soldiers of the Empire, under the cover of a few armored vehicles and mechs, silently and quickly split into 3 directions. Under the accompaniment of the night, they launched their final frenzied attack on the Green Dragon Mountain Camp. The whistling sound of bullets pierced through the sky. The bright light of the explosions illuminated the entire snowy plains. The flares fired by the Green Dragon Mountain troops were like the lanterns of the S3 Flowing Fire Festival. They quietly hung in the air. However, after a short moment, they were blown away by the snowstorm and quickly extinguished. They were extremely resentful, but they could no longer find the feeling of quietly falling. The 30 degrees east position has been broken through. The second anti-infantry mine array is ready to detonate. 3, 2, 1. Detonate! Hold the line for me! Hold the line for me! Within the headquarters of the Green Dragon Mountain Vanguard Group, there were anxious and hoarse shouts like this. Fortunately, during the day, the command system had already been completely repaired. After being isolated outside the snowy peaks, the 2 reinforced battalions that had not received any news for several days finally stepped onto the path of the entire army. They just so happened to be at the edge of the war zone, restraining a large portion of the Empire's main force's energy. Otherwise, this highland might have long been taken down by the Empire. Even so, the battle situation was still tense and dangerous to the extreme. All around the highland, there were soldiers of the Empire who did not fear death and even longed to return to their homeland. This kind of charge that did not care about the price of death was something that even the well-trained and disciplined Green Dragon Mountain troops could not hold on for much longer. The mechanical repair company had been thrown in. The logistics soldiers had also been thrown in. The majority of the entire regiment headquarters had been thrown into the front lines of the battle. Therefore, the camp seemed somewhat empty. The anxious voices of the staff officers, under the influence of the echoes, seemed somewhat hollow and heavy. At this kind of time, specific orders could no longer bring too much of an effect to the battle situation. The anxious and hoarse voice of orders in the room could only give the front lines some mental encouragement, telling those soldiers who were fighting bravely while bathed in blood that the regiment headquarters was still there. They had not left, they had not surrendered, and they had not fallen. Commander Li Ming passed the last cup of coffee to Shang Qiu beside him. Within his sunken eyes, there was no sorrow, nor was there despair. He and his troops had already done everything they could. All that was left was to see what kind of fate the heavens would arrange for them. Shang Qiu gripped the handle of the coffee cup tightly. Her square-rimmed glasses held an extremely complicated, indescribable emotion. She did not know if she would be able to survive tonight, but she was more worried about the safety of Sulu and the others. Two battered white MXD mecha stood guard at the most dangerous part of the battlefield in the dark night, like hungry wolves or tired tigers. Although the controls of the mecha were messy and sluggish, they still valiantly slaughtered all the Empire mecha that pounced at them. The two people in the cockpit were already in the most dangerous situation. The speed at which Bai Yulan's trembling hands entered the controls was already unimaginably slow. Holding on to Dalin's rotary machine gun, Xiong Lingquan, who stood guard at the lower edge of the high ground, continued to fire fiercely like a god. He swept the densely packed Empire soldiers to the ground, but there was no end to them. Tonight, he did not have the protection of the old members of Group 7 by his side. The hard ceramic bulletproof vest on his body had long been destroyed in several places. Perhaps the next bullet would end his angry roar. Right at the most dangerous moment, the trapped Green Dragon Mountain troops let out a final roar, forcibly halting the relentless onslaught of the Empire soldiers. No one had given up yet, because they believed that their own troops, the Federation troops, would definitely come to their aid. As long as they could hold on for another hour, even if it was just 1 minute, perhaps a miracle would happen. Boom, boom, boom. Concentrated explosions rang out below the high ground. Bright light flashed, but did not disappear immediately, because in the flat area of the snowy valley in the southwest direction, a bright flare was rising in spirals. Beneath the light, the silhouette of a Federation MX mecha could be seen within. Immediately after, to the left and right of this Federation MX mecha, on the black line at the edge of the snowy high ground nearly 30 kilometers away, a second, a third, more than 10 Federation MX mecha lined up in a row, appearing within the people's field of vision. Then, without any hesitation, they charged towards the battlefield at high speed. Further behind them, who knew how many Federation heavy armored vehicles were rushing over at full speed? The heavy humming of their engines converged in one place, piercing through the heavens. The faint rumbling of their engines could be heard faintly in the deep winter of year 69 of the Constitutional Era. The 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division, rushing to the aid of the ambushed Green Dragon Mountain troops, finally arrived at the battlefield under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Heelay. Using a rigid and arduous but effective net drawing method, the countless mecha and vehicles were like countless sharp military swords, maintaining a net spread pattern as they charged viciously into the snowy plains. Chapter 525. The Imperial Expeditionary Army had spent decades excavating countless underground fortifications in the glacial zone of Planet 5460. The connection points of the fortifications had been excavated into empty underground bases. These bases were deep in the rock and covered with an extremely thick layer of hard ice. Even if the Federation launched an energy cannon attack from space at all costs, they would be safe and sound. Last year, in the depths of autumn, the Federation military used Jian Shue'er's victory concert to successfully lure the Imperial Expeditionary Force out. They accurately grasped the location of almost all the ice bases of the Empire. In the fierce battle that followed, most of the ice bases of the Empire were destroyed. Only 2 or 3 secret bases in the extreme north survived. In the depths of the underground base numbered Rose 3, the commander of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, Lieutenant General Ambly, finally woke up from his coma. The complete medical equipment and large doses of hormone injections here saved the old man's life. Ambly put down the file in his hand and remained silent. The 2 regiments that he had spent so much effort to preserve were actually not able to destroy a regiment of the Federation. This was really sad news. Although there was a huge gap in equipment between the 2 sides, and the sudden illness had a very bad effect on the command of the Empire's troops. But how did the war end up like this? Ambly should have been depressed or irritable, but his weak face did not show the slightest bit of emotion. In fact, he had already seen the result of the Imperial Expeditionary Force many years ago. As long as the Empire was unable to break through those 2 damned spatial tunnels, his seemingly powerful forces would eventually crumble under the relentless attacks of the Federation. It was just a matter of whether that day was early or late. Ambly calmly picked up the notebook beside his bed and took out the royal pen that His Majesty had given him. He began to write today's diary. At this moment, he thought of the young officer with a pair of beautiful blue eyes who had just died. The tip of the pen paused heavily on the white paper. The difference between the Empire and the Federation is in equipment, technology, and economy. But this is not a problem that cannot be fixed. The ambush this time was able to trap the enemy in a hopeless situation thanks to the blessing of the heavens. The abnormal geomagnetic storm proved some of my previous conjectures. The Federation's technology is advanced, and they have the most advanced equipment. Plus, they have the highly efficient central computer as the computing core. They are used to highly automated combat methods. Once they are in the current situation, it is difficult for them to change this habit. They cannot use the simple and even crude combat methods of the Empire. Therefore, in the geomagnetic storm environment, our troops can skillfully use the old-fashioned codes to communicate. Their equipment and habits that can't work has become a burden that is difficult to bear. Unfortunately, a certain regiment of the Federation that is being besieged by us belongs to the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. This unit has been fighting guerrilla warfare in Green Dragon Mountain for several decades and is very good at facing this kind of low automatic battle situation. If it was the federal government that was besieging them this time, perhaps the battle would have ended faster. Embry took a few weary breaths, then leaned forward slightly and continued writing. The Federation's main force is not used to fighting without their central computer. This has been fully demonstrated in the past homeland defense battles. What I am thinking is, once the Federation army invades the Empire's homeland again, should we adopt a scorched earth strategy and consciously move part of the battlefield to a planet with a harsh environment? Imperial officers had always had the habit of writing diaries, especially expeditionary army troops. Because there was no diary, it was difficult to understand the boring military life far away from home. Ambly was the same. But today, when he wrote to this point, his pen seemed to be dignified. After thinking for a moment, he seriously wrote in his diary, "The Expeditionary Army's defeat is not far away, but in my opinion, we can hold on for another 3 to 5 years. Perhaps by that time, the military will have successfully developed a way to break through the space channel. But unfortunately, His Majesty's order disrupted all of our troops' deployment. Most of the bases in the lower glaciers were destroyed or occupied by the Federation. Our troops lost strategic depth, and defeat is inevitable. My life may be coming to an end. Before I die, my doubts are all due to His Majesty's order. Huai Fu Chai. Although he is a bit neurotic as an emperor, he should not be crazy to this extent. Then, I want to know, what is the relationship between this Federation woman named Jian Shuier and the imperial family of the empire?" With a question that had never been said but was like a stone pressing down on his heart, Ambly slowly closed the diary and pressed the small bell beside him. A few imperial officers who stayed behind quickly walked over. One of them quickly reported the situation on the battlefield. With an ugly expression, he said, "The enemy's new 17th Division, the last 2 regiments, also rushed to the battlefield yesterday morning. Most of our troops' equipment is damaged, and we are severely lacking in ammunition. The 1st Temporary Brigade has continuously retreated, but we are still unable to shake off the enemy's pursuit. Because of the geomagnetic storm, we are unable to make an accurate calculation of the Federation's forces. We can't even make an estimate. We only know that the enemy's 7th Division should also be on the way." The officer said in a heavy tone, "Commander, the 2nd Integrated Brigade must be thrown in. Otherwise, not a single person from the 1st Brigade will be able to withdraw. In this ambush battle, everyone in the Federation thought that the Empire would only be able to form a single integrated brigade. No one would have thought that the Imperial Expeditionary Force still had a final trump card hidden up their sleeves." Hearing the 2 words 7th Division, the yellow spots on Ambly's face suddenly lit up. He thought of that Federation general named Du Shaoqing and the desperate attacks and defenses that had taken place on this planet in the past year. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said without hesitation, "Order the 2nd Integrated Brigade to immediately retreat and scatter into the tunnels. No reinforcements are allowed." The officers beside the bed were shocked. They knew that their troops would definitely lose. Like the normal soldiers on the front lines, they were not afraid of death. However, it was very difficult for them to accept giving up on the troops that had been bitterly fighting for several days and nights. Since the enemy has moved, they must have put in all their forces. Only when the ratio of military strength is 4, 1 or even 5, will we, the Federation, dare to let our Ace Division enter the geomagnetic storm zone. Ambly closed his eyes, and a trace of the unwillingness and disappointment of an old man grew in his heart. In his calculations, since the enemy was the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain, the Federation's government army would definitely not take the risk to come and help. His troops had the opportunity to use the internal political problems of the Federation to eat up this regiment bit by bit. Then he would use the 2nd Brigade to ruthlessly eliminate the miscellaneous troops that the Federation might send out to deal with the political pressure. However, he did not expect that the Federation would actually not give up on this regiment. They had clearly been fighting within the Federation for many years. The 2nd Temporary Brigade must immediately retreat. He opened his eyes and said coldly, "Let us have the final bloody battle with the Federation in the underground tunnel. I am very curious. In a place like this, what can their new mecha do? Tell all the troops, every brave soldier of the Empire. We have to guard every alley and every door. Even if we have to use our own deaths to exchange for the enemy's death, no matter if we smash them with rocks or bite them with our fists, We have to make the Federation pay with countless deaths for every step they take. Ambly's voice was old and fierce. Tell them that the time to show their loyalty to His Majesty has come. On the west side of the glacial snowfield, there were endless mountains. Occasionally, the snow on a few of them would be blown away by the strong winds high up in the sky, revealing the hard black limestone underneath. It added a bit of color to this monotonous white world, although it was also a cold color. The new 17 divisions of the Federation all entered the battlefield. The already exhausted Empire reorganized brigade immediately collapsed. Although the Empire still fought stubbornly and viciously, the huge difference in military strength and equipment caused the situation on the battlefield to become one-sided. The geomagnetic storm was gradually subsiding, but the interference to the electronic equipment was still great. The remnants of the Empire scattered and hid in the snowy peaks. The new 17 divisions chased after them. The entire battle area instantly expanded by more than 10 times. In the seemingly calm snowy plains and icy peaks, small-scale battles could erupt at any time. The Green Dragon Mountain vanguard that had fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark, following the Federation's orders, slowly retreating south and leaving the battle area. However, there was a small team that stayed behind. Right now, they were walking slowly on the snowy ground below the rocky peak, as if searching for something. After hundreds of battles, the tattered white MXT mecha entered the battle once again after some initial repairs. The heavy body of the mecha left deep tracks in the snowy plains as it led the few armored vehicles behind it forward slowly. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a gunshot rang out from the front. The white MXD instantly bounced up, switching from forward mode to combat mode. Two thick and long alloy mechanical legs landed heavily on the ground, roaring as it ran forward. Xiong Linquan, who was on the armored vehicle, frowned the moment he heard the gunshot. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers beside him, with faces full of worry, also became nervous. Another unique and dull gunshot rang out. ACW. Xiong Linquan was incomparably shocked. He grabbed the collar of the Green Dragon Mountain soldier beside him and roared loudly. "Did you hear that? It's ACW." By the time the three armored vehicles rushed over with a roar, that small battle had already ended. The corpses of 7 or 8 Empire soldiers in tattered uniforms were lying on the ground. The white MXD mecha stood silently on the snowy plains, as if it was listening intently for some sound, searching for something important. However, the vast expanse of white ground was truly clean. Other than these dead Empire soldiers, Xiong Linquan and the soldiers on the armored vehicles searched diligently, but they could not find any trace of abnormalities. Right at this moment, a part of the faint shadow of the mecha suddenly protruded from the snow. Xiong Linquan vigilantly aimed the muzzle of his gun in that direction. A thin man crawled out from the snow, completely ignoring Xiong Linquan's muzzle. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the tall body of the mecha in the air and suddenly opened his mouth to laugh and say, "Get the hell down from me, or else I'll just shoot you." The cockpit of the mecha opened, and Su Lu, whose face was still somewhat haggard, jumped down. He said hoarsely, "Even ACW, with hard ink bullets, wouldn't be able to penetrate it. The alloy of the cockpit was custom-made and thickened by me." He walked in front of the thin man, his small eyes extremely bright. He said, "I thought you were dead." Shi Qinghai smiled and said, "I almost died, but I knew you wouldn't die." The two brothers hugged each other, pounding each other's back with force as they laughed heartily. However, they had not yet recovered from their serious illness in consecutive battles, and they had to defend the endless snowy caves and tread the cold plains by themselves. They were all at their weakest moments. Being pounded by these affectionate fists made them cough violently until their eyes were wet. Chapter 5:26. The geomagnetic storm and snowstorm seemed to have agreed to disappear at the same time. The glacier at the extreme north of planet 5460 revealed its magnificent and solemn true appearance in front of everyone. The sides of a few lonely black rock peaks were dotted with a world of ice and snow that had accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, it was very beautiful. The sound of explosions came faintly from afar. The battle on this high ground had already ended. The remnants of the empire hidden in the ice and snow stubbornly resisted to the end, but in the end, they only turned into countless cold corpses. 2 white MXT mechas buzzed and exited battle mode. Their huge metal bodies slowly descended, quietly watching their own troops silently clean up the battlefield. The Federation had mobilized 2 fully mechanized ACE integrated divisions and even more divisions under such an offensive. Even if the remaining forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force wanted to use a tragic suicidal counterattack to prove their loyalty to His Majesty, they could not hold on for much longer. In just 7 short days, the battle line had already advanced a few hundred kilometers to the north. The 1st Regiment of the new 17th Division that had launched the attack first was now at the very back. The Federation Command used this method to announce to all the troops that no matter how great your military achievements were, if you dared to not follow military discipline, like Lieutenant Colonel Hele, then no matter how rich the fruits ahead were, the command would not let you eat them. The troops in charge of cleaning up the remnants of the Empire. Before them was a mixed team of the 1st Regiment and a certain regiment from Green Dragon Mountain. They were somewhat unwilling and annoyed to follow the rear of the Federation troops, chewing on the frozen leftovers tastelessly in the glacier. Commander Hele could not stand this kind of depression and had been hiding in the command armored vehicle to sleep, not coming out at all. The cockpit door of the white MXT mecha slowly opened. Sulu, with messy hair, rubbed his eyes and stood on the door fastener. He looked at the battlefield around him. After a moment of silence, he took out a wrinkled, light blue cigarette case from his military uniform, took out a dry cigarette, and stuffed it into his mouth. He used his trembling hand to turn on the lighter and moved closer. The weather was still very cold. He had just recovered from a serious illness and was wearing a thin pilot's uniform, so his hands were trembling. He did not light the cigarette at all, but his lips and lungs seemed to be numb from the cold between the glaciers. He did not notice this at all. He inhaled hard and looked at the white smoke that he exhaled in front of him, thinking that it was a cigarette. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that he realized something was wrong. He looked awkwardly at the cigarette, but that had no light at all. Then he anxiously realized that the lighter was also broken. It was purely a subconscious action. Sulu reached his hand into the cockpit, grabbed the control stick, and quickly made a few movements. Following this movement, the gigantic MXT mecha beneath him began to move. The heavy alloy mechanical arms quickly flipped upwards with a clear metallic sound, fanning out a few plumes of snow in the air. Then, just as it was about to smash into the cockpit door of the mecha, it abruptly stopped. The black gun barrel of the MXT mech, which looked thicker than a tree trunk, was aimed at the cabin door, at his head. The soldiers in the snow raised their heads to look. A trace of surprise flashed across their faces, because it looked like the pilot standing in the gigantic mecha wanted to commit suicide. Of course, no one believed that this pilot would commit suicide, so they were very curious about what exactly he wanted to do. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth very naturally and moved closer to the air in front of him. There was a thick and terrifying gun barrel there. The special separated state Darlin's autocannon at the front of the mechanical arm had just stopped firing and was rotating. It looked calm as usual, glowing with a faint metallic luster, but in reality, its temperature was terrifyingly high. With a soft hiss, the cigarette ignited as soon as it came into contact with the metal of the gun barrel. Sulu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He felt very happy. Using a gigantic mecha weapon to light a cigarette gave people the feeling of using the main cannon of a battleship to fry fish. The Federation soldiers in all directions watched this scene. Their hearts surged with complicated and reverent emotions. This scene seemed to be deliberately made cool. What kind of precise microcontrollability did this pilot need to have? If he made the slightest mistake in his control, that hot and thick gun barrel would probably immediately take his life. Movie King, light it up for me too. Shi Qinghai shouted loudly from the ground, his face full of ridicule. In his opinion, Sulu was becoming more and more silent and cool. He didn't know if it was because he was stimulated by Du Shaoqing or because of the influence of that national girl, but he was really more like an actor. It was infuriating. Hearing his words, some of the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers who reacted quickly laughed out loud, while the soldiers of the new 17th Division glared at Shi Qinghai angrily. As the trump card of the new 17th Division, or rather the newest generation's signboard, Sulu held a very high position in the hearts of the normal soldiers. Sulu just smiled and sat at the joint of the hatch. His right hand gripped the control stick and shook it twice. With a whistling sound, the heavy mechanical arm of the MXD pierced through the air and pressed down on Shi Qinghai's head like a small mountain. The shadow instantly enlarged and then stopped changing. The terrifyingly huge gun barrel came to an abrupt stop just a few centimeters in front of Shi Qinghai. Shi Qinghai's expression was a little stiff, and his lips trembled with the cigarette in his mouth. Even someone as fierce as him was shocked by this scene. After a moment, he lowered his head and lit the cigarette between his lips. After taking a deep breath, he used his fingers to pinch the filter and shouted up, "You want to scare me to death?" "No way." A few meters in the air, Sulu sat on the edge of the cabin door. His 2 feet, which were wearing anti-slip military boots, kicked lightly in the breeze. His face was filled with a happy smile. His neat white teeth were dazzling under the cold sunlight. He was like a child with a clean and simple mind. Right at this moment, the hatch of the white MXD mecha beside him also opened. Bai Yulan stepped on the sturdy hatch, took out a cigarette from the pack, and put it between her lips. Then she looked over and smiled. The Federation soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield below the 2 mechas also excitedly squeezed over. They all took out cigarettes from their arms and looked up at the sky expectantly. Seeing this scene, Su Li's smile instantly disappeared. Just like he lay, he turned around and hid in the cockpit. No matter how many people outside the cockpit called out, he wouldn't show his face again. In the cleanup operations that followed, Su Lu and Shi Qinghai, this pair of brothers who had not seen each other for a long time, finally had the chance to fight side by side for an extended period of time. That innate tacit understanding that began when they passed cigarettes through the iron door under the sunlight appeared once again. Mr. Schur, who had received the Federation's formal military academy education and Green Dragon Mountain's special agent training, displayed his outstanding and proud side to the Federation's officers. No matter if it was a complicated tactical deduction or a specific battle plan arrangement, he could easily give the best answer through his small notebook and the specialized grid lines on the electronic map. Su Lu, on the other hand, led the well-equipped troops. Clean and efficient, he completed specific battle missions without any sloppiness. Even when the battlefield was far away, he could still appear at the place Shi Qinghai needed him to be. His execution ability was so strong that it made others speechless. One was the technical director of the new 17th Division, and was also commander, He Lei's respected instructor. He had a lot of say in the command of the troops. The other was the liaison officer jointly chosen by President Pabre, and the leader of Nanshui. The military commander of the Green Dragon Mountain troops also greatly valued his opinion. The mixed troops of both sides gradually got used to the feeling of fighting together because of the existence of these two people. In the past few decades, the government troops and the anti-government troops, who had been at odds with each other and had been stained with each other's blood, actually became more and more familiar with each other. The initial hostility and indifference had unknowingly decreased by a lot. Last year at the base, someone mentioned that teacher Du Xiaoqing was a member of the Trinity Association. At the time, the boss said that he knew two people from the Trinity Association. One was a secretary, and the other was in prison. At the time, you guys didn't think much of it and thought that the boss was joking. Beside the bonfire on the snowy ground, Bai Yulan quietly said to her comrades beside her, "The person who is the secretary is in charge of specific affairs for one of the 7 major families. He is a character who can enter and leave the presidential palace at will. And this Mr. Shi is the one in prison. Now, you should believe that on the day he was pardoned, you were also at Charter Square." Yes. Xiong Linquan hugged the gun and shook his head with emotion. The person who is qualified to enter the Trinity Association is indeed extraordinary. He should have been locked in the military prison together with the boss. Some rumors say that when Senator Macklin was assassinated in S2, it was him and the boss who did it together. To be honest, what I am most curious about is where he got this ACW. Haven't you thought about that, Big Gun? I heard that it was specially approved by the president. Have you seen the president? Lan Xiaolong looked at Xiong Linquan and said, mockingly, "Of course I have. Last time when I accompanied the boss to the official residence for dinner, the president specially came to the lounge to see us. Did you forget?" Xiong Linquan retorted angrily. Lan Xiaolong ignored him. A trace of complex emotions flashed through his eyes. "He is more accurate with the gun than you. He is fiercer than old Bai in close combat. His electrical control skills are no worse than Gu Shifeng's. His first aid skills are even better than Dongzi's. His driving skills are better than Lu Jiao's. His grades in the military academy are even better than mine. In the past, I always thought that this guy Su Lu was already ridiculously fierce, like a monster. But now, I suddenly find that there is an all-around monster by my side. If there are more people like him, how are we going to survive?" Lan Xiaolong was not sarcastic and said with emotion, "This young master is indeed qualified to be a young master. Chapter 5:27. Sure, Qinghai loved wine, really good wine. He would occasionally drink a bottle of Wenjun Brandy Xianzong, number 3. He had a special fondness for oak red pearl, but his favorite had always been the amber Qingshou liquor. But no matter what kind, they were all the most expensive and luxurious wines in the Federation. When Su Lu was still a janitor at Yue University, he was very clear about his biggest hobby. He had once deeply suspected that this guy had spent all of his salary from the Federation Investigation Bureau and the secret funds from the 4 departments of Green Dragon Mountain on wine. Not bad, it's very strong. Shi Qinghai picked up the military water bottle and drank a mouthful of cheap wine. His beautiful eyebrows slightly raised as he said, "In this world of ice and snow, I haven't drunk wine in a long time." Speaking of which, the Federation government is really something, whether it's in terms of logistics or equipment. They give us this kind of differential treatment. This is the private collection that he lay sent over. It's not the standard equipment of the Ministry of Defense. Su Lu, who was sitting beside him, shook his head and said, I thought your resentment would be a lot less now, but you can't deny the existence of this difference. Shi Qinghai's eyes were slightly blurred. He pointed at the armored vehicles around the camp and said mockingly, look at the equipment of our troops, and then look at your equipment. Isn't it like the difference between a prince and a beggar? Su Lu was silent. After the Green Dragon Mountain troops were reorganized and moved to the front lines of the West Woods last year, he had seen many things with his own eyes. He knew that Shi Qinghai wasn't lying, but for some reason, he couldn't help but want to refute or explain. Because of Shi Qinghai and Zhang Xiaoming, because of the fact that the Federal Central Computer told him that the uncle was the spiritual flag of Green Dragon Mountain, George Carlin, Su Lu had always had a kind of warm feeling towards the people of Green Dragon Mountain. He understood, appreciated, and sympathized with the efforts of these people. He had put this kind of warmth into practice in the Chrysanthemum night market. But because of the existence of people like Macklin and Nan Mingxiu, he also had some vigilance and uneasiness towards Green Dragon Mountain in the depths of his heart. The situation should gradually improve. If the Federation wants to achieve true reconciliation, it's not something that can be done in a day or two, he said softly. Shi Qinghai said sarcastically, I've never been as optimistic about the future of the Federation as you are. Those old politicians, those aristocratic families, even now, still couldn't wait for the people of Azure Dragon Mountain to die. This time, when the Vanguard group was ambushed, you were the only one who brought 2 mechas to be the hero. You once again put on a show of suicide. The rest of the government army didn't make a move. You should know what this means. Su Lu fell silent and thought for a moment before saying, I don't think there's a need for a conspiracy theory. If the government really wants to borrow the hands of the Empire to wipe out the armed forces of Green Dragon Mountain, there are more direct methods. Besides, our division and the Iron 7th Division still managed to rush over in the end. This directly means that they have something on us. Shi Qinghai's gaze passed through the bonfire and looked at the quiet, snowy plains in the distance. He said, those people are still somewhat afraid of the power of public opinion. Besides, there will always be Chu Tong who can respond to what I see as a liaison officer. You are the liaison officer personally appointed by the president. Since you want to respond, it means that you still trust him. In the Federation government, although there aren't many people like Mr. Pabre, there are still quite a few. You should at least have some confidence. Confidence. The Federation system has long since become a deformed product of the marriage between the 7 great families and the politicians. It's rotten beyond redemption. Pabre is a rare exception, but he can't change too many things. I don't know much about politics, but I've heard Li Xiaodong's explanation. The golden fusion algorithm was a very powerful attack by the government. It just so happened that this kind of bill that shook the foundations of the 7 great families was actually passed by the parliament. This means that Mr. President is not only an agitator who only knows how to make speeches, but also a man of action who has a lot of political wisdom and means of power. And don't forget, he has a cooperative relationship with the lady in the back mountain of Macho. With the influence of the Tai family behind the scenes, he can do a lot more things. The problem is that all partners can be abandoned. Right now, the military and the people support him, and it's at a critical juncture in the war with the Empire. That's why he can take advantage of this situation to forcefully implement his own reforms. But have you ever thought about it? If the federal military is also corrupted, what can he do? Shi Qinghai's gaze lowered slightly. and his tone was full of mockery. He said, "As for the so-called public opinion, it's the easiest thing in the world to manipulate. During the last presidential election, during the Medellin project, there were so many students on the streets burning slogans and roadblocks. Did you and I not see it clearly?" Su Lu was silent again. 2 years ago, the two of them fought side by side into the building of the Huanshan Four States Peace Foundation. Now, they had very different views in some aspects. This was a very normal thing. One was the youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation Government Army, and the other was an outstanding member of the anti-government army. Because of their positions, their perspectives on things would always be somewhat different. The most important thing was that Su Lu was always willing to wait for the bright future, while Mr. Shi, who was used to hiding in the deep sea, was very cautious in his bones. Just as the legendary intelligence leader of the Green Dragon Mountain said, "The best spy must be a downright pessimist." After a long silence, Shi Qinghai looked at the depressed Li Du beside him and suddenly laughed loudly. Fortunately, this is not a melodramatic movie. Otherwise, in the future, we will definitely become two military brothers who walk on different paths because of different ideologies. In the end, we will draw guns against each other, tearful eyes, pull the trigger, and be in so much pain that we would rather die. Extremely stupid, a mess. Su Lu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Does this mean that the two of us don't have any real beliefs? The purpose of noble behavior should be people themselves. If people are used as means to achieve the goal, then this behavior can't be called noble. The so-called beliefs are the same. If there is a belief that needs to be protected by sacrificing beautiful feelings, it's fine to not have it. You can sacrifice yourself, but when your feelings involve others, you can't sacrifice yourself." Shi Qinghai replied. Su Lu seemed to have felt something, and said thoughtfully, "I said something similar to that to Zhang Xiaomeng on the Iron Tower in Linhai, but it was not as clear as your first sentence." These are the original words of George Carlin. When I was receiving special training in S2, the most painful thing was to recite the words of St. George. Shi Qinghai said with a smile. Su Lu laughed, thinking that this uncle had never shown his philosophical side in front of him. Since he was young, he had lived in the Donglin district, which was not really barren, but was especially closed off and dull. He had never received a proper education, and the positive aspects of his outlook on life, if they could be called morals, had nothing to do with books or education. It was just a simple judgment passed down from hundreds of millions of Donglin miners. In the cold and cheerless Bell Tower Street, where the strong preyed on the weak, he had naturally developed such a temperament. It had to be said that it was a very strange thing. That uncle only taught him how to repair electrical appliances and gave him the best discount for prostitution. He definitely would not influence him from the perspective of rational education. On the contrary, after escaping from Donglin and entering Yue University, he met this rascal beside him, and some of his thoughts gradually became clear. Your letter has always been kept in the Wangdu apartment. From time to time, I would take it out and read it. Every time I read it, I would feel that I had gained something. Su Lu looked at Shi Qinghai and said seriously, he had always thought that this good friend of his was his teacher in certain aspects. Shi Qinghai was slightly startled. After a hiccup, he said self-deprecatingly, "At that time, teacher was betrayed, and my identity as a spy was exposed. I felt that there was no one in the world that I could trust, so I was a little scared, but I was unwilling to accept it. So it was rare that I became a literary youth. I will keep it well. When I am old in the future, I will look at it again and recall the hot-bloodedness of my youth. It should be quite fun." Su Lu smiled. Unexpectedly, He remembered the long night of conversation he had with the Westwoods tiger in the Red Oil restaurant in Sunset Province. His expression became serious, and he repeated the contents of the conversation to seek the help of his best friend. Soldiers involved in politics. The Federation has a charter, so it should be difficult to do. Sure, Qinghai narrowed his eyes. Although he was drunk, he was unusually cautious. He said, "But if you think about it more deeply, the rules and regulations of the first charter state that computers must play the role of servers. This gives people the convenience of manipulating the first charter. It has even gradually become a tool of the upper class. This is a very scary thing. Actually, for the past few years, I have always had a question in my heart." Sure, Qinghai picked up the military water bottle and took a big gulp of liquor. After a long pause, he said, "The assassination at the Linhai State Gymnasium. Teacher and I were betrayed and framed. It seems that it was Medellin's idea. The Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong, and the young officers of the 2nd Military Region sent the officers to carry out the specific execution. This is the result of the investigation by the two of us, but I always feel that something is wrong with this matter." Hearing this, Su Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. During the assassination attempt on Tai Ziyuan in Linhai State, Shi Qinghai and his teacher were betrayed by the organization, which directly affected their lives. Because of some kind of obsession, the two of them never gave up the investigation of the mastermind behind this incident. Even if they were enemies with the entire Federation, they bravely moved forward and silently investigated, until finally they killed Medellin in the building. However, at this moment, Shi Qinghai had a different idea. There is one missing link. Shi Qinghai put the bottle of liquor down by his feet, raised a finger to Su Lu, and said, "There is one missing link between Medellin and Yang Jingsong. In that link, there is an active Federation officer with reddish-brown hair. This person should not be from either side, but he played a very important role. Unfortunately, I have not been able to find out who he is." Su Lu lowered his head and said after a long silence, "Active officers are not allowed to dye their hair. That should be a disguise. It is very difficult to find clues in this regard. This is the only clue I have. That black glove subordinate of Medellin also does not know more about this officer. But I have a strong premonition that this person will fall into my hands because of his disguise in the future. At that time, I will give him a better wig." Shi Qinghai said with a smile. "Before the wall was finished, I found that there were empty cracks on the wall. It gave me a headache for a long time. I asked the developer, but they did not recognize me. The decoration company must have someone to recognize them, for fear of being responsible. But who can I find? The owner of the house I bought recently had a quarrel with the property management. A big thing happened. I really don't have the energy to argue with the property management. I have to do it myself. I salute Master Lu Chuan and May Nest on LB. They gave me hope." Chapter 528. Above the bitterly cold snowfield of the far north, the sun in the blue sky was devoid of any warmth, as if it was fake. At night, the bonfire in the barracks was fake, as if the heat had been frozen by the low temperature. It also seemed fake. Su Lu tightened the white fox skin around his neck that he had given him in private. He took a big gulp of liquor from the military water bottle beside him and nodded slightly. Like Shi Qinghai, he used different methods to carry out his own perseverance, but he wasn't a good person. Now that he knew that there were some ambitious people hiding in the Federation, spying on him, or plotting something bigger, he definitely wouldn't be polite if he could find out who they were in the future. The cold night made him feel a little depressed because of the unknown appearance and background of the enemies. At this moment, Shi Qinghai, who was already drunk and even more charming, suddenly leaned over, as if he was about to say something. His left hand quietly reached under Shi Qinghai's, and pulled out the chair. Su Lu didn't fall down. He held the military water bottle and kept his body in the horse stance in the air. He looked at Shi Qinghai in astonishment, shook his head, and said, "You still like to play this kind of childish game?" The two of them had known each other for almost 4 years, ever since the first cigarette was lit inside and outside the iron gate of Yue University. From the very beginning, Shi Qinghai liked to sneak up on Su Li's seat from time to time. He was just like a primary school student with excellent grades who was willing to tease a cheerful classmate because of boredom in class. But you're still so boring. You never forget to train yourself under any circumstances, even when we're drinking. Shi Qinghai burped again. He looked at the empty space under Shi Qinghai's body with sympathy and anger. He shook his head and said, "Do you know where the term horse stance came from? It's the ugly posture of the previous dynasty's bigwigs who disregarded the spirit of the Constitution and kept wild horses without permission. It's full of luxury and overflowing with the smell of oily skin. It's completely different from yours. I really don't understand why you still work so hard. Why do you have to do this? If you don't work hard to improve yourself, it's easy to die. I knew this before I went to the battlefield. Only when I went to the battlefield did I realize this was the truth." Su Lu stood up and pulled the chair back under his butt. He sat down in a relaxed manner and said with a smile, "I think the training you received in the Federation's Investigation Bureau and the 4th Department was no easier than mine. But I won't make my life as boring as a machine because of this," Shi Qinghai said sarcastically. "Besides, the government has been trying to make you into a war hero, an idol figure. As long as you don't act stupidly, crazy, and impulsively, danger will never come to you." At this point, he frowned and asked seriously, "Actually, I've always been very curious about the relationship between you and the Lees of Philadelphia." The answer involved many things, including Su Li's real past, his identity as a fugitive from the Federation, and even the disguised chip behind his neck. However, he didn't hesitate and said softly, "The army god is the younger brother of the old man, and also my teacher." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time. He took a big gulp of wine and said with emotion, "Well, it is indeed nepotism. But I can accept that you are not Li Pifu's illegitimate son." He then said with a smile, "Although you don't need to explain, I still have to tell you that I will keep it a secret." Su Lu smiled and didn't say anything. He wondered if he should find a chance to tell more of his secrets in the future to scare this guy. There were many kinds of friends. Fair-weather friends could have a spiritual resonance. Old friends could also turn their backs on each other in an instant. He and Shi Qinghai had gone through life and death together. They had a deep mutual trust that was as hard as alloy. There was no need to keep too many secrets between them. With the Lees of Philadelphia as your backer, as long as that old man is alive, no one in the Federation will dare to mess with you. Shi Qinghai looked at him thoughtfully and warned, "But you can't trust this relationship too much and make an incorrect judgment." The army god of the Federation was undoubtedly the most amazing big shot in the universe. In addition to his shocking military talent, this old man's political wisdom was also unfathomable. However, what made him the most fanatically worshipped and respected by hundreds of millions of people was his integrity, which was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the Federation. Su Lu understood this very well. Li Ruofu thought highly of him and groomed him. Apart from compensating Uncle Feng Yu, A large part of it was for the sake of the Federation. The old man very much hoped that he could be like himself in the future and become a fuel to continue burning for the Federation. Without this premise, all the appreciation and cultivation would be for naught. Just like the assassination that happened in Sunset State, Sulu had seriously thought that if he was killed by the two killers from Bermuda, would the army god Li Pifu avenge him? After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help but deduce that if he really died, the old man would definitely not make a move against the seven great families, because that would directly destroy the foundation of the Federation's existence. Looking at the silent Sulu, Shi Qinghai knew that he had his own plans. He smiled and didn't say anything more. With the help of the alcohol that was gradually entering his brain, he gently swayed the small amount of liquor in the military water bottle and softly hummed a very familiar song. When he sang 27 cups of liquor to the third cup, Su Li's voice softly followed and accompanied him all the way to the end, just like the countless nights in the bar in Linhai State. Shi Qinghai, who was habitually drunk, would be silent for a long time when he sang the last cup of liquor and thought of his father. Then he would drink a full cup of liquor as a memorial or cry to his heart's content. Sulu knew the sad story that made Shi Qinghai resolutely join the anti-government army in Green Dragon Mountain, so he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he found that he didn't end the song, but started from the beginning again. Shi Qinghai's slightly hoarse but charming voice started to repeat the line of the girl like a needle skipping in a retro record, giving people a headache. The sixth cup of liquor, the stone path curved. There was a girl at the end. There was a girl at the end of the stone path. Girl, girl, that's my little girl. These are all my girls. I only want my girl. Sulu keenly heard the small changes in the two self-made lyrics. His eyes gradually narrowed as he stared at Shi Qinghai and said with a faint smile, "If it's a girl, is it so you?" Shi Qinghai's drunken eyes were like stars. He raised his eyebrows and said, "So what? Before I went to the front line, I played the guqin for 3 days at the gate of the West Mountain compound to provoke her. When she came back from Linhai for a vacation, she gave me a handkerchief from inside the wall, wrapped in a stone. How deep is her love?" Sulu was stunned. The picture of a playboy standing at the gate of the Federal Army compound and harassing a minister's daughter in an infuriating manner instantly formed in his mind. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Are you serious? I'm warning you, Yuzi isn't as cold and arrogant as she looks. If she's really in love, she can be stubborn." "Yuzi?" Shi Qinghai frowned and said disdainfully, "I'm not Nan Mingxiu. She's my woman. She doesn't need your permission to find any kind of man. You can't say that." Sulu shrugged and said, "In a legal sense, I'm the father of her son. As a guardian, for the legal rights of the child, I have the right to object to her boyfriend." Shi Qinghai was stunned. He deeply exhaled a breath of alcohol and cursed. A moment later, a charming smile reappeared on his handsome face. He said, "In fact, I've been writing to her for the past year." In the beginning, she replied very little. She was basically like a beautiful shrew. Although she still replies very little now, she's like a beautiful, gentle girl. They're actually having an affair behind my back. What a pair of adulterers. Sulu said solemnly, but his mood was exceptionally joyous. Back then, he had selfishly wanted to leave behind a descendant of young Master Shi, who he thought was bound to die. More importantly, he didn't want an innocent life to fall just like that. But now, it seemed that a fairy tale-like ending was about to happen. After living with Zhou in the Wangdu apartment for so many days, he had long felt like a family member. He also hoped that she could have an excellent emotional home. If Shi Qinghai was no longer a playboy, he would naturally be the best man. "How did you figure it out?" he asked curiously. I don't want to thank you, but it's true that because of the stories you told me, I fell in love with such a straightforward and cold woman. The most important thing is that she's really beautiful. Shi Qinghai replied with a calm expression. When I was in high school, I liked astronomy and geography the most. I knew that the universe is long, but human life is short. So in the future, I didn't care much about men and women. I only liked to have fun, and I didn't like to make promises. But now, I understand that things like life and the universe can't be treated equally. Just like the magnificent Luling on this planet, she only appears once every 3,000 years. The next time she appears will be 371 years later. I won't be able to see her for the rest of my life. Since that's the case, I should see something that's relatively long and worth having. Su Li's thoughts suddenly floated. He said, astronomy and geography. Tai Ziyuan is also very interested in exploring the universe. In my opinion, you can become good friends with him. Shi Qinghai said, in my opinion, I'm very willing to let this prince die. While Mr. Shi was thinking about how rare it was to see Luling in the snowy night on the battleship outside the planet's atmosphere, the resident program of the Federal Central Computer was performing relevant calculations. On planet 5460, deep in the rock tunnels, the detection devices that were spread all over the ground faithfully recorded all kinds of fluctuations and transmitted them back to the battleship. It was like a huge spider web, keenly sensing the movements around it and then determining the real situation. The geomagnetic storm suddenly became abnormal, and the rock mass became denser and denser. The Federal Central Computer was calculating, or in other words, calculating the changes that happened inside the planet. This required a lot of data and high-speed computing power. Even though it seemed to be omnipotent, it was still a bit difficult. Chapter 5:29. When Su Lu woke up from his nightmare, he suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He sat on the edge of his bed in a daze. He didn't know if it was because he had gotten drunk with Shi Qinghai on a snowy night 10 days ago, but the reverse flow of digestive fluids from certain glands in his body was like the passionate yet hurtful friendship between men. It fiercely burned his stomach and the academic words on it. Or was it because Shang Qiu had completed the MXD test mission 3 days ago and was currently on her way back to the distant capital ring? But he still remembered many mornings when she wore small snow boots and stood in the thick snow like a playful wild cat. Every time she took a step, she would kick her legs back. It was an extremely cute scene. Because of this, his heart was vaguely troubled by this feeling. At this moment, the Federal Central Computer's request to contact him appeared in his mind. Ever since that night, when he had requested for privacy, the old bastard had bitterly started his days of being neglected. Whenever he wanted to chat with him, he would have to knock on a door that didn't exist in the void. After accepting the request, Su Lu looked at the clear and concise words in his left eye and the virtual three-dimensional image. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his back and dyed his green military vest as heavy as ink. Only now did he understand that the frightening scenes in his dream were actually real. The old bastard had called him through the back door. Before he could ask why the Federal Central Computer had entered his dream without his permission, Su Lu hurriedly got up with a gloomy expression. He hastily put on a jacket and rushed out of the room. Braving the bitter cold, he ran to Shi Qinghai's door and kicked it open. He quickly said a few words and then rushed to the regimental headquarters. Without hesitation, he pressed the emergency button for the headquarters. In an instant, a sharp and piercing alarm pierced through the dark night and the faint snowflakes and spread throughout the entire military camp. Whether it was the soldiers of the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division or the soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain, they were all startled awake. Although they were extremely puzzled, no one dared to ask what had happened. They silently but quickly put on their uniforms and equipment and ran towards the snowy area in front of the headquarters. He put on his military cap and inserted the H-12 pistol into his holster. He looked at Sulu and said, "Instructor, if this is just a drill, I think it will be difficult for us to explain to these guys who were woken up." In the past few days, the Federation's ground forces had been trying to destroy the last remnants of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. However, the Imperial soldiers relied on the desperation and craziness of death, and the Glacier Alley base that they had been operating for decades, and under the ruthless and even self-destructive command of General Ambly, they did not budge an inch. They used all means of combat and even used the primitive and cruel tactic of using human bombs. The final battle was exceptionally bloody. In the 700 square meters of the Glacier War Zone, there were people dying every moment. The Federation forces, who had the absolute strategic advantage, were actually somewhat terrified under the frenzied attacks of the Imperial soldiers. Just 10 days ago, even Du Shaoqing had been forced to have the Iron 7th Division slow down the pace of clearing out the alleys. However, this had nothing to do with the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and that Green Dragon Mountain unit that had no official designation. They had not entered the heart of the fierce battle all this time. Furthermore, to this day, even if the Imperial Expeditionary Force was a god, they would not be able to conjure any unit to break through the encirclement in front of them and kill their way into the camp. Therefore, the emergency call for tonight's emergency assembly made many people somewhat puzzled as to what had happened. Level 2 clearance, top secret. I'm very sorry, but I can't reveal anything to you. I believe the official order will come down soon. The emergency assembly is to let everyone prepare in advance. Su Li's ears were filled with the sound of hurried footsteps and the heavy mechanical sound of engineering mecha. After a moment of silence, he spoke seriously to Hele. The emergency assembly order could only be issued by the highest ranking officer of the army. Although his previous actions did not cross the line, they still severely violated military discipline. However, Hele knew what kind of person he was. This was especially so when he saw that rare trace of solemnity on his face. His brain had already begun to turn quickly, on guard against the major event that was about to happen. Back in the day, when Sulu had given up his glory and wealth to face the entire upper echelon of the Federation alone, he had not even blinked an eyelid. However, the news that the charter computer had given him tonight made him nervous and uneasy, because this time, what they were about to face was the greatest and most heartless of all, the nature that had never changed its way of doing things because of human emotions. At the same time that the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and the Green Dragon Mountain troops sounded the emergency assembly order, in the distant capital ring, Planet S1, at the end of a road that had been cut off halfway in the outskirts of a special zone, inside a building that was regarded as a holy place by the Federation citizens, a sharp alarm rang out at the same time. Chui Jiadong of the Bureau of Proclamation had just finished brewing his first cup of flower tea since work, but right now he was not in the mood to taste the fragrance of the yellow chrysanthemum. He withdrew his finger that had activated the alarm and looked at the results of the calculations on the giant hologram. He could not help but shake his head, thinking to himself that it was truly a blessing to have the opportunity to see the most spectacular scene in the universe in this lifetime. It was just that he did not know if the Federation soldiers on that planet had the time to all evacuate. Right now, he could only hope that the old thing's calculation results were not too far off. The charter computer's alarm was immediately transmitted to the president's official residence. Sir Pabre, who was having breakfast with the First Lady, had a trace of doubt flash across his tanned face. He immediately asked Director Breen beside him, "Can our soldiers withdraw?" According to the results of past observations, it takes a very long time for the flow on Planet 5460 to activate. Just now, the Department of Defense has already made the decision to transfer all the federal fleet and the battle fleets of the 33, 20, and 163 star systems over there, in addition to the backup transport forces of the West Woods administrative main planet. The withdrawal of the troops should not be a problem. The young Director Breen replied calmly, clearly, and accurately. After a short pause, he continued, "Now, what we need to consider is the time it will take for the ground troops to withdraw to the airborne base, and whether the remaining forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force will stop at all costs to delay the retreat of the troops. Also, after all, this is the first time that the flow on Planet 5460 has appeared in advance since the Federation observed it 9 times, and this time it is more than 300 years ahead of schedule. Later, the Federal Academy of Science will hold an academic discussion on this. That's not what I'm concerned about." President Pabre smiled at his nervous wife, turned his head, and said coldly, "I only care about the consequences. None of our soldiers can die in that damn ice water. Tell the Department of Defense. If the Empire really tries to delay the retreat of the troops, let the fleet use the main cannons to fire directly and drive all these Empire rabbits back into the ice cave." Director Breen was slightly stunned and subconsciously objected, "But there is still plenty of time. Even if the Empire understands what is going on, they don't have a good way to stop our retreat. The effect of the main cannons of the battleships is not very good, and the energy consumption is too high. In fact, the Federation's interstellar energy quota this year has already exceeded by 70%. Being able to let those young men return with glory and safety is much more important than something like the energy quota." President Pabre said in a deep and firm voice, "Please make an appointment with Lady Tai for me. The government needs her help regarding the energy quota." In the building of the Department of Defense, Zhou Yingxing, wearing glasses, carefully read the report sent by the Bureau of Proclamation, listened to the president's instructions delivered by Secretary Jiao, and a slight smile flashed across his slightly tired face. He said, "According to Mr. President's opinion, immediately draft the retreat plan and let Commander Zhong make the decision. I believe that he will also like the best gift that nature has given to the Federation." In the headquarters building of the West Woods Main Planet Federation, Zhong Shou, who used 2 fingers to continuously rub his white eyebrows, looked at all the documents that had just been delivered to him and was silent for a long time. In the end, a complicated smile appeared on his face. He was about to rush to the front line again and directly command the last wave of attack of the federal forces. He had enough pride and confidence that the military operation would definitely succeed. However, the situation was different from the situation on Planet 33, 20, and 163. Planet 5460 had the least amount of Empire troops, but the enemy general named Ambly had forcefully fought the battle to this extent. Even if he personally took command, he didn't dare to lightly say that he would be able to save a few Federation soldiers from dying. This is really a big surprise. In the early hours of the morning, the 1st Regiment of the 17th Division indeed received an emergency order from the headquarters. This order was electronically signed by Deputy Commander E himself, and it required all the participating troops on the ground to immediately evacuate from the Arctic glaciers. All the troops had to cooperate with each other. On one hand, they had to maintain a sense of pressure on the Empire people, and on the other hand, they had to retreat to the predetermined location as quickly as possible. The words of the order were very cold and fierce, and no troops were allowed to raise any objections. Therefore, in a short 3 hours, the federal forces, who were desperately searching for traces of the Empire people in the ice pit alleys during the night and during the day, and risking their lives to attack, quickly and without panic, all began to quickly and calmly leave the battle area, turning into countless black lines and returning south on the snowy plains. Sue Lee's 1st Regiment of the 17th Division and that lucky Green Dragon Mountain Troop, because of a certain back door, were the first to make preparations to retreat. Even before the command center's orders arrived, he had already forced Heelay to give the order to have the mixed forces forcefully move 30 kilometers south. What exactly happened? Heelay sat in the command vehicle with a complicated expression, looking at the details of the order on the hologram, completely puzzled. If the Federation was preparing to set up a new battle plan, then even if a high-ranking officer like him didn't know the strategic intentions, he would definitely have been blown by the wind and guessed some of the details. He definitely wouldn't have retreated in such a baffling manner like tonight. There were many officers and soldiers of the Federation who had the same question as him. The officers and soldiers of the various participating troops watched as the remnants of the Empire were suppressed to the point of death after paying the price of countless sacrifices and blood, and could collapse at any time. In the end, they were ordered by their superiors to urgently retreat south, away from the dawn of victory. It was truly somewhat difficult for them to accept. In order to prevent panic from spreading among the troops, the upper echelons of the Federation tightly controlled this news within an extremely small circle. Only less than 5 generals in the ground forces knew the inside story. Sue Lu was the first to know of this matter in the Federation, and he understood and agreed with the actions of the headquarters. However, facing the puzzled gazes of the people around him, he felt a bit of pressure. Before I updated, I took a look at last month's monthly votes list and was shocked to find that I actually made it into the top 10. I am truly moved and grateful because you and I both know how I have been recently. Right now, it's already the 1st of May, and it's still double. After thinking about it, I have decided to seriously ask everyone for monthly votes. For a spy, whether or not I make it into the top 10, the amount of money is actually the same. I don't have any losses in terms of profit, but this sense of honor. I used to say vanity. Now I can confirm that it is you who have given me a very good sense of honor, a very strong one. Furthermore, I need to use this method of soliciting votes to motivate myself to be able to seriously finish writing a chapter like I am now and deliver it to you on time every day. Chapter 530. Without any warning, a high-latitude volcano on the shore of the Western Sea began to violently erupt. The glaciers that had accumulated for hundreds of millions of years began to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ice and snow within a radius of several hundred square kilometers of the volcano, mixed with molten lava, began to spread toward low-lying areas. Wherever the molten lava passed, the originally barren snowy plains were smeared into a complete mess. The blazing red lava came into close contact with the cold ice, producing sizzling sounds of barbecuing. Water vapor, together with black ash, crazily sprayed into the sky. What followed was a strong earthquake as high as a magnitude 9. Fortunately, the source of the earthquake this time was extremely deep. After it spread to the surface, its intensity was greatly reduced. Moreover, on the surface of this planet that had been fighting for several decades, other than the military vehicles and mechas moving through the wilderness, there weren't too many man-made structures. Therefore, it didn't cause too many casualties. The arrival of the volcanic eruption and earthquake was only a kind warning issued by nature to the two sides that were busy fighting on this planet. The overall temperature of the northern hemisphere of 5,460 began to slowly rise. Under this shocking astronomical phenomenon, a total of 7 divisions of the Federation's ground forces retreated toward the south at high speed. Beside the icy peak of K-22, there was a small group of Empire troops stationed in an alley. They were the first to discover the enemy's unusual movements. They, who had long been accustomed to fighting day and night without rest, were shocked to discover that in the past 4 hours, even though the Federation's artillery shells were still unceasingly bombarding them, those troublesome Federal forces never attacked again. The company commander thought, silently for a long time. He used his hand to heavily pound the cold, resistant concrete wall of the fortification. Carrying his machine gun, he crawled out of the alley, the mud mixed with the damaged military uniform sticking to his body and making him feel that something was a bit strange. The silence around the battlefield was a bit frightening. With difficulty, he climbed through the thick ice used to block the Federation's bullets at the entrance of the alley. The company commander used his gun to support himself on the ground and stood up. He looked at the incomparably empty snowy plains in front of him and the silent Federation's military camp on the other side. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The Federation retreated, squeezed by the desperation of the fierce battles and abandonment in the past few days. He was silent for a long time before he finally confirmed the fact. He grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed his face that was full of mud. It was not until the roots of his dark beard were almost bleeding that he finally woke up from the cold. Ecstatically, he turned around and ran into the alley, roaring in a hoarse voice, "The soldiers of the Federation have retreated! The Federation has retreated!" The soldiers of the Imperium deep inside the fortification were stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief for a long time before they finally believed what their captain said. Helping each other to stand up, they laughed and cried to their heart's content, bashed each other, and hugged each other. The lucky celebration of escaping death in the alley did not last long. The people's laughter gradually died down because they could faintly hear a strange sound that they had never heard before. It was coming from the deepest part of the alley. That captain tilted his head and listened for a moment. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Grabbing the gun beside him, he rushed towards the side door of the underground alley and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle!" Rumbling sounds came faintly from the depths of the alley. They were extremely heavy and powerful. At first, they were very far away and were not clear, but in a short amount of time, they became as loud and clear as war drums. The soldiers of the Empire lay on the ground, staring nervously and savagely at the entrance of the dark alley. They didn't know what these terrifying sounds were, and subconsciously thought that they were the new mecha weapons of the Federation. Only heavy alloy equipment could make such loud noises. This seemed to be the only explanation for the sudden retreat of the Federation army on the other side of the glacier. What came was not the Federation's new mecha that could enter the depths of the glacier, but an existence even more terrifying than the mecha horde. The Imperial captain guarding at the very front heard the thunderous sounds. His pupils constricted. Relying on a sliver of dim light, after seeing what it was, his body began to tremble violently from fear. However, he did not have time to turn around, nor did he have time to shout before he was smashed into the wall, becoming a mangled corpse. Tens of thousands of tons of cold water, carrying heavy and sharp icicles, gathered at the top of the glacier and at the cracks. Following the underground channels created by nature, they rampaged through the interior of the glacier at an extremely fast speed. Then, they finally entered the underground tunnel network that the Imperium had built for decades. Under the tremendous pressure, they turned into an unstoppable torrent of icicles and gushed out. With a loud boom, Ling Lu instantly charged into the alley of the Empire's army. He roared and slammed into the hard concrete wall, releasing thunderous booms. Then he ran out without the slightest fear, turning into a fountain on the precipice of the glacier, shooting into the blue sky amidst the morning light. Only after reaching a height of several dozen meters did he reluctantly fall back down. In an extremely short amount of time, the torrent of water destroyed all the attacks in the alley. As for the Imperial soldiers, they did not even know where they were. Not even a trace of blood could be seen in the alley. A few minutes later, the pressure in the cracks of the glacier gradually stabilized, and the torrent calmed down. The collapsed alley was filled with cold water. It was a deep blue, like a bottomless lake. Dense icicles, and occasionally a few broken empty boxes floated on top of it. The temperature was still not high. Not long after, the tens of thousands of tons of cold water in the alley slowly condensed into ice again. After a few days, when the temperature was higher, the ice would melt again, roar again, and maybe condense again. This process would repeat countless times. Maybe they would find an opportunity to rush into the grassland neighbors that they had not seen in the south for more than 2,000 years. The dark alley was dead silent. Occasionally, the sound of water rippling and cracking could be heard. The place where the Federal forces were fighting a bloody battle, the last base of the Imperial Expeditionary Force, under the power of nature, turned into a land of death. A few small bases that were hidden in the glacier in Area K were all destroyed by the torrent of water. Old General Ambridge had already received this unfortunate news. With the help of his guards, he slowly walked out of the gate of the base. Looking at the sky in the east, he saw the clear line of black smoke from the volcano. A complicated expression flashed across his old face. If it was only a small torrent of water caused by a volcanic eruption and an earthquake, it shouldn't have spread to the last base under his feet, the old general thought silently. However, his heart was cold. He knew that this was just a way to comfort himself. If it was only a small torrent of water caused by a volcanic eruption, why did the Federation retreat? The Empire did not have enough cutting-edge computers to conduct research in this area, but the Federation did. Mobilize the rest of the troops. Use the last of the military equipment reserves. No matter the cost, we must delay the Federal Army that is retreating to the south. Don't try to stop their combat troops. Target their quick-condensing cement warehouse and engineering meccas. Old General Ambridge looked to the south and said in a cold tone, "Remember, no matter the cost, no matter the rank of the officer, you must at least keep one soldier of the Federation for me." "Yes, General," the guard beside him replied. General Ambridge narrowed his eyes and looked at the white snow in front of him. The wrinkles on his face were like layers of snow that had been blown by the wind. After a long silence, he added, "I know that you are not afraid of death, but this time you can't be afraid of death because this may be the last time we are not afraid of death. I will accompany you." In the glacier area of the planet, it was still late at night. In some places, it was already early morning. The last soldiers of the Imperial Expeditionary Force on this planet walked out or crawled out of the narrow alleys. These exhausted soldiers, who had almost run out of supplies and equipment, didn't even have the time to breathe the fresh air that they hadn't been in contact with for a long time. They glanced at the blue sky that they hadn't seen for many days, and their eyes were filled with faint emotions as if they were about to die. They silently and valiantly bent their bodies, supported their companions, and ran to the strategic nodes in all directions. The nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Empire didn't know what was happening on this planet. They didn't even know that there was a volcano erupting in Area K. The violent tremor 2 days ago was a huge earthquake in the distance. They only knew that this was an order from their superiors, and that this was their last chance to be loyal to His Majesty. Therefore, they took their guns and walked out. In broad daylight, on the flat, snowy plains, they went to intercept or chase the Federal Army that was 10 times their number. What kind of madness was this? The volcanic ash in the distant sky was blown away by the cold wind. In the eastern sky of the morning, outside the planet's atmosphere that was so clear that it seemed unreal, a black line could be faintly seen. That was the Federal fleet in outer space. At the entrance of the Empire's base high in the sea of ice, General Ambly, who was standing in the wind and snow to send off the soldiers, was suddenly pushed down by his guards and then forcibly dragged into the sturdy base. More than 60 milky, white beams of light shot out from the warships in space and instantly entered the clear and sparse atmosphere. With the help of the charter network's precise positioning, they fiercely fell in all directions on the snowy plains. There weren't any loud noises. The light beams that were adjusted to cover the area of the attack turned countless Empire soldiers, who were arduously advancing, into light smoke. Countless ice and snow melted, and snowy peaks collapsed and no longer existed. The entire process was like an accelerated spring, but it was even more terrifying. Just this round of attacks from the main cannons of the battleships had already destroyed 2 years of the Federation's peacetime energy quota. However, the Empire soldiers who were shouting in vain to avoid, or even cursed at the sky discovered in despair, that dozens of milky white beams of light blasted down from the sky above. In the face of the madness of the Empire, the Federation's response was also very crazy. The 7 divisions of the Federation's ground forces, under the protection of the fleet regardless of the cost, sped up their retreat to the south. After seeing those milky white beams of light, the suspicion and anger that had been heating up in the military camp immediately vanished like smoke in thin air. The soldiers still didn't know the real reason for the sudden retreat, but when they saw the Federation actually use so much of the Crystal Mine's energy quota to launch a group space attack that hadn't been seen in many years, they knew very well that the situation was definitely tense to a certain extent. 3 days later, the Great Retreat, organized by the Federation's entire force, finally succeeded. All of the ground forces withdrew to the 4 military spaceports in the southern hemisphere and were then urgently conscripted by the government to be carried back into space by countless military and civilian spaceships. Only a few special forces and researchers remained on the surface. They were responsible for monitoring everything that happened on this planet and silently observing the Imperial Expeditionary Force's demise. Sulu also stayed behind. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.